The second book, dealing with the various kinds of witchcraft, and certain other matters which should be known. Chapter 1. Of Soporific Spells. Argument. Sorcerers and witches are in the habit of putting others to sleep by means of potions or evil incantations or some secret rite, so that they may then poison them or seize their children, or kill them, or rob them, or pollute them with filth and adultery. And this, as the examples will show, can be effected by natural soporific drugs. For it is a very truth that there are many natural drugs which, on being applied internally or externally, induce not only sleep, but a torpid insensitiveness to the acutest pain, and this is well known to surgeons, who make use of them when they wish to cut a limb from the human body without any pain. A laughable and at the same time pitiable example of this art is told of a young man of Narbonne who was led into slavery by a Thracian pirate. He was put to sleep by a powerful drug, and his testicles were so neatly cut out that, when he awoke thus deprived of his virility, he marveled at himself as at a new man. Another story is told by Mottioli of the asses of Etruria which were so put to sleep by eating hemlock that they were carried away for dead, but when they had started to skin them, they at last awoke and stood up on their feet and rushed miserably back to their stalls. Many drugs, then, are known and used by chemists, such as darnel, nightshade, the rush commonly called Euripis, mandragora, castor, poppy, etc., but if all these have the property of inducing a compulsory sleep in the daytime simply by reason of the natural powers with which they are imbued, what, I ask, cannot demons effect with their arts and contrivances, since they have perfect knowledge, not only of the secret and hidden powers of nature, but can also, with the permission of God, effect many things without the help or presence of any external thing? And that witches may the more conveniently pour abroad, spread and disseminate their poisons, they themselves confess, as can be read in Remy 2:4, that after they have worked with their familiars for some years, they are given by these demons power to penetrate into houses. So they can easily slip through narrow openings by shrinking themselves into mice or cats or locusts or some such small animal as the occasion demands, and once they are inside they can again, if they wish, resume their proper shape and then go deedily about their business. Now they would first anoint all the limbs of their victim whose death they were contriving, so that he should not awake, and next they would pour poison down his throat. And the ointment they use is either given them by the demon or brewed by themselves with devilish art. Wherefore this seems particularly worth noting, that just as emperors reserve certain rewards for their veteran soldiers only, so the demon grants this power of changing themselves into different shapes, as the witches believe, only to those who have proved their loyalty by many years of faithful service in witchcraft, and this is as it were a reward for their long service and loyalty. This was amply proved by Henry Carmet in the year 1583 by his own particular confession, coming after that of many others of his sort. Witches used also to make use of strange lights in order to induce sleep. And I think Apuleius called the smoke of them a cloud of smoke. Sometimes they set fire to the feet or hands of corpses which they have first anointed with an oil given them by the demon, or else they fix candles to each of a corpse's fingers, or light the way before them with enchanted torches made from a horrid fat known to them, or they fix these torches in a certain place in the house, and the sleep lasts as long as those corpse lights burn. Sometimes they hang several parts of the corpse in various places, sometimes they practice other iniquities, all equally abominable, which are efficacious solely because of their pact with the devil. They also use magic characters in order to escape or overcome the tortures to which the judges sentence them, as will be shown in the examples. Therefore let those who go to sleep orotect themselves by reciting holy psalm and prayer, such as Acugi habitat in adiutoru altissimi, or in T. domin sparaui, or some such orison. Let them make the sign of the cross, reciting the Sali Regina Mater Misericordiae, the Paternoster, and the Aue Maria, etc., if they walk be safe from such snares. Let them have by them a waxen Agnus Dei bhsest by the Pope, or some holy relics. For such devotions are the safest protection and rampart against all the wiles of the Prince of Darkness. Examples: Marguerite Jennings came to hate her son Jacqueline because she had to keep bullying him to go and earn money at the Alsatian markets roundabout, and by no arguments or demands could she prevail upon him to bestir himself. At last she was taken at dead of night by a demon, together with her associates in crime, to his house in Saxbingen, and suddenly approached him as he slept and roused him from his bed and stood him in front of the fire intending to roast him alive, if it lay in them to do so. But they were by some means prevented from this, and turned to another method of injuring him. They made a cut in his side and inserted a piece of brick which was lying on the ground, and the wound grew together again in a moment. After many months of torture, the piece of brick broke out from under his flesh in the sight of many. The following history is very similar. At Vorpark in September 1586, Bertrand, a barber's wife, confessed that, with the help of her fellow witches, she had fixed a bone onto the neck of a woman named Eliza because she had refused her a pitcher of milk. Similarly, Sunil of Armentières confessed at Dowsey on the 30th of September 1586, that he had inserted part of a sheep's hip bone into the top of the foot of one Philippe, a baker, having first made an incision with a fish's spine, and when the wound hardened, the baker suffered acute and continual pain, as he himself complained. A man named Beninus was implicated in the murder of a counsellor of Her Most Serene and Christian Majesty, the Queen of Denmark. He could easily have escaped the death penalty, because he was abroad when the law was set in motion against him, but he preferred to rely upon a magic charm which had been given him by some strolling charlatan, and voluntarily offered himself for trial. And he was in no way deceived in his hope, for he came through all sorts of torture unhurt and without confessing, and was acquitted. But just as he was being released from prison, he was unable to bear any longer the burden of so great a crime, and openly acknowledged his guilt, and at length suffered the punishment of death. In the Diocese of Liege, relates Caesarius of Heisterbach, miracle. Ill, 40, in a town which some call Hugo and others Dinant, there came one night to an inn two men who pretended that they were tired from their journey, and when they had supped they said that they would not go to bed in another room, but importunately insisted that the innkeeper should allow them to sleep by the fire in the kitchen. But a maidservant, who did not like the appearance of the travellers, secretly spied through the keyhole what they would do. In the middle of the night she saw them take from a bag a hand cut from a dead man and anoint the fingers, and light them at the fire, and all of them except one were soon ablaze. The warlocks were surprised at this unusual occurrence, and tried many times to light this finger at the fire, but always in vain. Then one of them said, "What does it matter if there is one person in the house keeping awake?" And setting the hand by the chimney with its 4 fingers burning with a dim blue flame, they went out of the house and by a whistle signalled to their companions to come and join in the plunder. The maid followed them and, locking the door, shut them out. Then she ran to the room where her master and mistress slept, and found them so fast asleep that she could not awaken them although she dragged them from the bed into the middle of the room. Meanwhile the thieves were trying to get into the house through a window, so she ran and threw down their ladder. But they persisted in their attempts to enter the house. The servant then remembered the light and, suspecting it to be the cause of the deep sleep of those in the house, extinguished all those burning fingers, and after that the sleepers awoke and ran to see what the matter was, and drove from the house the thieves who were thus caught in the act. After some days these villains were captured and confessed their crime. What wonder is it, then, if witches steal by night to the cradles of infants, and to others whom they mean to destroy? Peter Binsfeld writes as follows: Anna, the mother of Johann Kuno de Rua, and two other witches met together one night in order to bewitch a certain zealous witch hunter. Their little master went before them and opened the doors, and Johann Kuno himself was taken as a companion by his mother and the others, that he might hold a lighted candle, made not naturally but by devilish art. They came into the room of him whom they would bewitch, in the town of Treves, but because he had, after the manner of good Christians, fortified himself with the sign of the cross and other pious acts before he went to rest. They could do nothing but had to shut the doors again and hurry back without effecting any harm. The good man whom they wished to injure yet lives by the grace of God, and shall live for as long as God pleases. Johann Kuno himself told this, and his mother, when she was questioned concerning information laid against her, confessed to the same matter. Necromancers, who are high in the order of witchcraft, have no need of this candle burning before them, but when they have lit it, they put it in some more remote place, as will be seen in the following example. What I am about to set down was taken from grave authors worthy of all belief, and is mentioned also by Martin del Rio, Disc. Magic. Ill, Q. 3, and should, I think, be especially noted so that we may see the vengeance of God against sorcerers and necromancers. It has seemed to me fitting to conceal the names of the person and place. In a certain town in Spain a very famous man was the intimate friend of a nobleman who had a most beautiful but chaste wife. He began to love her, and not for long keeping this flame hidden, revealed his though it and tried to persuade the woman one o sin. She, sure of keeping her chastity, tried her hardest to recall him from his madness to a better state of mind, but it was only throwing oil on the fire. For as flaming naphtha does but burn the more furiously if you throw water upon it, so her admonitions did but the more inflame the man, who continued to press her until she grew weary and determined to lie revenged upon the wretch. She told the whole matter to her husband, who was seized with no less a fury than that of the sons of Atreus. At his command the wife made an assignat, on, and the longed-for night came for the wicked lover. The husband with some of his servants waited well armed in the next room to receive his friend in no friendly manner. And lo, at last arrived the lover girt with sword and dagger, he boldly followed where she led and, when they had sat down, repeated his old refrain. The woman as usual refused and denied him. The adulterer was emboldened by the darkness of night, and resorted to force. She forcefully resisted him until at last she cried out in fear, giving the agreed signal to her husband, but she might as well have called to the deaf, for neither her husband nor anyone else ran to her help. What was she to do? Should she run away? She was held by stronger arms. Should she consent? Rather an honorable death than a shameful sin. So she used her woman's weapons, her nails and teeth, and mutilated his face, but in his madness he hardly felt it. He laid his sword aside, but between her sobs the woman noticed his dagger sticking out behind him, seized it, drew it and stabbed her assailant to death, and his dead body fell to the ground. Having conquered, she regained command of herself and ran to the room where she had hidden her husband, and found him and his servants more like dead men than living. She called them, shook them and dragged them about, and left nothing undone to awaken them, but they remained asleep. Suspecting that this was due to witchcraft, as in fact it was, and seeing that her whole hope rested in herself, she carried the corpse out of the house and threw it into the street with the sword and the bloody dagger. While it lay there, some of the night watch came upon it, took it into the guard-house and, washing its face, not without difficulty recognized the man. Here the alcalde exhibited great prudence. He enjoined silence upon all the rest, and next morning went to the man's house, and saying that he wished to speak to the master in the presence of the whole household on a matter of the greatest importance, ordered them all to assemble together. All the living were assembled, the dead man only being absent. The alcalde remarked that it seemed to him that someone was missing, and the master of the house noted the fact and said, "All are present except so-and-so, who is probably now getting ready for some business." "Let him also be summoned," said the other. To save time, some of them ran to call him, and finding his bedroom locked, they beat upon the door, but no one answered. So the alcalde himself went with the master and forced the door open, but there was no one in the room, and they were all amazed to find nothing but a torch burning with a pale flame by the chimney. Then the alcalde told the master of the house how and where he had found the corpse, and while they took it from the guard-house to bury it in unconsecrated soil, behold, there came that nobleman and his wife, who related the whole story. On taking note of the times, they found that they had awaked when the torch was extinguished. So the perfidy of that vile hypocrite was exposed to universal detestation, and the chastity and bravery of the lady became renowned and honored throughout the whole neighborhood. Caesarius of Heisterbach, 6:10, tells that a few years ago there died a simple man named Gilbert, a native of the province of Tolbiac. Although he was born blind, he was known in many provinces and esteemed by many noble persons of either sex on account of certain gifts with which the grace of God had illumined his inner life. In a simple hood and a woolen tunic and with bare feet he went both in summer and winter, and following this mode of conduct himself from his earliest years, he often visited distant shrines of the saints. He never ate flesh, never slept at night on a bed, but only on a little hay or straw, and edified many both by word and example. In the time of his youth he was one night in the house of his aunt, a rich matron, and had gone to bed with her servants, when in the early evening 2 thieves broke through the wall and entered the house, where they stirred up the fire, lit the lamp, broke open the boxes and talked to each other without any fear. As soon as Gilbert heard them he had no doubt that they were thieves, but being unable to rouse the servants sleeping on each side of him, he cut himself a club from the wooden seat with his knife and, since he was blind, found his way towards the thieves by his ears, and lay about with his club on all sides wherever he could reach, striking like a madman, and so drove them from the house. He followed them to the door where a ladder barred the exit, and when they were outside the house and saw that there was no one awake but him only, they were ashamed at being so driven out. They took counsel and tried to enter again, but when he perceived this from the motion of the rungs, Gilbert so placed the ladder that the thieves would fall into a great corn bin which was near the hole in the wall, and when they had done so, he pinned them down with the actual steps so that they could move neither forward nor backward. The thieves, fearing that they would be captured in the morning, begged to be pardoned, and after they had sworn a terrible oath never to harm his person or to enter that house, he let them go away. When Gilbert reported this in the morning, no one could by any means rouse the sleepers, and so they searched for the magic charm which they were convinced must be the cause of this, and found hanging from the roof above the hole in the wall what appeared to be the backbone of a human corpse, and when this was taken away, they all quickly awoke. Many years later the same thieves, inspired by the fame and virtues of that Gilbert and, as I think, urged to it by his prayers, approached him and confessed their crimes and afterwards embraced the religious life. Remy writes that at her trial at Gebweiler in January 1589, Marguerite Luandman confessed the following among other crimes. One night she and other wretches entered a house with the intention of pouring poison down the throat of the inmate who was sleeping heavily, and they had nearly accomplished their purpose, since everything seemed to favor them. When they were amazed to see their intended victim waken from his slumber, so that she and her fellow criminals were compelled to make their escape with their purpose unachieved. The man seized a weapon and pursued them, but not being able to catch them hurled terrible threats at them. To arrive at a more complete knowledge of this matter, the man himself was examined as a witness, and told everything clearly and fully as the witch had told it, namely, that there had been an attempt to poison him, which had been thwarted only by his having awaked, for he had not yet been anointed with the unguent, and his having protected himself by the sign of the cross and the Lord's Prayer against so great a danger. He said that it was quite true that he had chased them a long way with a halberd without catching them. After this, nearly all those who were charged with witchcraft in the German province of Lorraine agreed in confessing that they owed to demons their power of penetrating into houses, as I have said above, and of anointing all the limbs of their victims so that they should not awake. Holding their mouths firmly open S0 that the poison should not be spilled, and finally pouring the poison down their throats by the light of a lamp burning with a sulphurous flame. Chapter 2. Witches use human corpses for the murder of men. Argument. In our days it is the custom of witches to dig up human corpses to use them for the murderous slaughter of men, especially the bodies of those who have been punished by death or hanged. For not only from such horrid material do they renew their evil spells, but also from the actual appliances used at executions, such as the rope, the chains, the stake, and the iron tools. Indeed, it is the popular belief that there is some magic power and virtue inherent in such objects. Others cook the whole body to dry ashes, and mix it with certain other matter into a solid lump. Giovanni Battista Porta mentions that this was wont to be done in his day, and Pliny, Historia Naturalis, XVII, 7, also speaks of it in our own time. Remy tells of many who have been tied and executed for such practices in German Lorraine. Examples. At Dowsey on the 1st of October 1586, Anna Ruffer confessed that she helped a witch named Lola to dig up in this way a corpse which had recently been buried, and from its burned ashes they compounded a potion that they afterwards used for killing those whom they would. The evidence of the witch Brasea at Vorpark in August 1587 is clear concerning the digging up of an infant's body which had been buried the day before by its father, Wolf the Smith. It differs from the case we have just quoted only in the fact that they did not burn the body to ashes, but melted it into a solid lump so that they could more easily make an unguent from it. But they reduced the bones to ashes with which they sprinkled the trees of orchards to prevent them from bearing fruit. At Girmingen in December 1588, Anthony Welsh reported what had been told him by the wives of Nichelle Gross and Bichesse, both of whom were well known to him through his companionship with them in witchcraft. They said that not long before they had dug up from the cemetery of Girmingen 2 corpses which had lately been consigned to the earth by their relatives Bernard and Anthony Lurchin, and that they had burned them in a fire and used them for their own vile spells of witchcraft. But first they cut off the right arm together with the shoulder and the ribs pertaining to it, which they required for the devilish light that we have mentioned above, for if they wished to poison anyone by night they set light to the fingers at the end of the limb, which burned with a blue sulphurous flame until they had completed their work, and when the flame was extinguished the fingers remained whole and unwasted, as if they had never been burned. And this happened in the same manner just as often as they wished. Johann Müller of Welferdingen had a child but 1 year old whom he loved very dearly. Argentina of Pittelingen and Marietta of Honeck stole this child from its cradle and laced it on a burning pyre which they had prepared for that purpose on a steep hill called Laagreis, and carefully collected its calcined ashes. These they mixed with dew, shaken from the ears of corn and the heads of grasses, into a mass that could be easily crumbled, and with this they dusted the vines and crops and trees, causing their flowers to fade and preventing them from bearing fruit. Chapter 3. Of Witches' Poisons. Argument. The poisons used by witches are compounded and mixed from many sorts of poisons, such as the leaves and stalks and roots of plants, from animals, fishes, venomous reptiles, stones and metals. Sometimes these are reduced to powder and sometimes to an ointment. It must also be known that witches administer such poisons either by causing them to be swallowed, or by external application. In the first instance they usually mix some poisonous powder with the food or drink. In the second they bewitch their victim, whether man or woman, while he is sleeping by anointing him with their lotions, waters, oils, and unguents which contain many and various poisons. They anoint the thighs, or belly, or head, throat, breast, ribs, or some other part of the body of the person to be bewitched, who being asleep feels nothing, but such is the potency of that unguent that, as it is slowly absorbed by the heat of the sleeper's body, it enters his flesh and penetrates to his vitals, causing him the greatest bodily pain, as Spiner has said. They have also a third method of administering poison, namely, by inhalation, and this is the worst of all kinds of poison, for by reason of its tenuity it is readily drawn in through the mouth and so quickly reaches the heart. Examples. Villamorn in his Voyage, I. 33, tells of a witch at Venice who was the most villainous of all. He used to buy the souls of those condemned to the galleys, promising them freedom from their earthly punishment of slavery. He used to pay 10 pieces of gold for their souls, which they sold with a duly engrossed deed written with blood, making them over to a demon and the witch. Soon after this, lest they should retract, he used to kill them by suddenly touching them with some poison, saying that he had been charged with carrying out the sentence which had been passed upon them. Who ever heard tell of such a thing? Sprenger relates the history of 2 midwives who were burned, one in the diocese of Basel and one in that of Strasbourg. One of them had killed 40, and the other a countless number of newly born children, by secretly thrusting great needles into their heads. According to Xiphilinus and Dio Cassius, in the time of Domitian there were arrested many who used to prick whom they would with poisoned needles, so that numbers died without feeling any pain. This was also practiced in the time of the Emperor Commodus. Johann Nieder tells that in the territory of Bern certain witches of both sexes killed and ate their own children, and that others did the same in the district of Lausanne. A certain lawyer of Frankfurt, says Godelman, de Lamius, I. 7, narrated a few years ago that account of Higher Germany gave to the fire 8 witches who had murdered 140 infants. In the year 1553 there were captured at Berlin 2 women witches who tried to cause a frost to destroy the fruit. These women secretly kidnapped the child of a woman who was their neighbor, and cut it up and cooked it, but by divine will it happened that the mother, seeking her child, came upon them and saw the pot with the limbs of her child thrust in it. The women were therefore taken and examined under torture, and said that if that cooking had gone forward a great frost would have followed, so that all the fruit would have been lost. About the year of our Lord 1536 at Saluzzo some 40 men, one of whom was a hangman, and as many women, swore together that, since the plague which had been raging was now abating, they would make an unguent which would cause death when placed on the cornices of the doors. They also made a powder which they secretly sprinkled over persons' clothes. This evil was for some time unsuspected, and many died, but when they had killed the brother and the only son of a certain citizen named Neri. And it was noticed that hardly any but the masters of houses or their sons died, and when at the same time they became aware of an hermaphrodite which went creeping into the houses, and that they whose house it entered generally died, the plot was at last exposed. And all the conspirators were put to death with the most exquisite torture. They confessed moreover that they had planned to anoint the thresholds during the festival of a saint much honoured in that district, and so kill all the citizens, and for that purpose they had prepared more than 20 vessels of ointment. Others attempted the same thing at Geneva, and paid the penalty. Chapter 4. Of tying the points. Argument. I find that learned men have given 7 immediate causes of this impotence. The first is when one FA married couple is made hateful to the other, or both hateful to each other, by means of calumny or suspicion, or by the affliction of some disease, as Medea is said to have injected a poison which made all the women of Lemnos smell badly in their breath, and so caused their husbands to neglect them. The second is some bodily hindrance to their coming together. By this means a husband and wife are either kept apart in different places, or, when they try to approach each other, a phantasm or some such thing is interposed between them, as will be seen in the example. The third is when the vital spirit is hindered from flowing to the genital organ, and so the emission of semen is prevented. This has been well expounded by John Mayer. The fourth is when the fertile semen is dried up and taken away. The fifth is when the man's penis becomes flabby whenever he wishes to perform the conjugal act. The sixth is the application of certain natural drugs which in some way deprive a woman of the power to conceive. These are the more common causes mentioned by learned doctors. The seventh is rarer, namely, the closing up or narrowing of the female genitals, or the retraction, hiding or actual removal of the male genitals. Sprenger, 2, Q. 1, Cap. 7, and Remy, 2, 5, tell various stories of such a calamity to the male. This kind of witchcraft is of 2 sorts, one temporary and the other permanent. It is called permanent when it lasts up to death and cannot be removed by any natural medicine or other lawful means. It is temporary when it is only to last for a certain time. Examples. Vincent of Beauvais tells the following. At Rome in the time of the Emperor Henry III there was a certain noble and rich young man who had lately married a wife and invited his friends to a sumptuous wedding feast, and they went out after dinner into the fields to play at ball. The bridegroom as leader of the game asked for the ball, and lest his betrothal ring should fall off he put it on the finger of a bronze statue of Venus which was close by, and all turned to the game. He soon grew tired and stopped playing, and came back to the statue to get his ring, but the statue's finger was bent back to the palm of the hand, and however he tried to recover the ring, he could not bend the finger nor draw off the ring. He went back to his friends, but told them nothing about this. In the dark of night he came back with a servant to the statue, and found the finger stretched out as it had been at first, but without the ring. He kept quiet about his loss and went into the house to his newly married wife, and when he entered the bridal chamber and wished to lie with his wife, he felt himself prevented, and something cloudy and dense rolled between his body and his wife's. He could feel this, but he could not see it. By this obstacle he was prevented from embracing his wife, and he also heard a voice saying, "Live with me, for today you have wed me. I am Venus, upon whose finger you placed the ring, which I shall not return." The man, says S. Antoninus, who takes this story from Vincent of Beauvais, was terrified by such a prodigy, and neither did he dare nor was he able to make any answer, but he spent that night without sleep in deep thought. So it continued for a long time, that whenever he wished to have intercourse with his wife he felt and heard the same thing. In other respects he was healthy, ruled his house well, and was diligent in his military service. At last, driven by his wife's complaints, he took the matter to his parents and they, after due consideration, made it known to a certain suburban priest named Columbus, who was a necromancer and a master of spells. This man, in return for many fair promises, wrote a letter and gave it to the young man, saying, "Go at such an hour of the night to the crossroad where four ways meet, and stand there in silent thought. There will go by you the figures of men and women of all ages and conditions, some on horseback and some afoot, some rejoicing and some mourning, but whatever you hear, you must not speak. Following that company will come one of greater stature and bulk sitting on a car, and to him you must silently give the letter to read, and he will at once do what you desire." The young man did all this exactly as he had been directed. And he saw there among the rest a woman clothed like a harlot riding upon a mule with her hair flowing loose over her shoulders and bound with a golden fillet in front, carrying in her hand a golden rod with which she drove the mule. And appearing almost naked because of the thinness of her garment, and making lascivious gestures. Last came the lord of the whole rout, bending terrible eyes upon the young man from a superb chariot made of emeralds and pearls, and asked him why he was there. He answered nothing, but held out the letter to him. The demon recognized the seal and, not daring to despise it, read what was written, and thereupon raised his arms to heaven and said, "Almighty God, how long wilt thou suffer the iniquities of the priest Columbus?" He at once sent his servants from his side to wrest the ring from Venus, who after many subterfuges at last yielded it with reluctance. So the young man, having obtained what he sought, at last consummated his long-wished love. But when Columbus heard of the demon's cry to God about him, he understood that his days were numbered, therefore he himself cut off all his limbs and died in miserable pain, having confessed to unheard of crimes in the presence of the Roman people. Gottschalk's Holland, the Augustinian eremite, writes as follows, "Pray, Septorium, Fol. 20, lit. A. I know a woman who wished to cause a divorce between a man and a woman who loved each other, and for this she was to receive payment. She wrote upon some cards 2 strange characters, together with other devout words, and gave them these cards to wear, yet they did not quarrel. Then she wrote the same words on a cheese which she gave them to eat, and afterwards took a black chicken which she cut in half, and offered one half to the devil with certain sacrificial rites, and gave the other half to the man and woman to eat. After this there arose the greatest hatred between them, so that they could not bear to look at each other. And how did this happen, unless it were a sacrificial offering to the devil? So writes Holland. Giovanni Battista Godronci, De Morbis Maleficiis, 13:8, relates that there was in the town of Cepino, in the kingdom of Naples, a man named Jacopo whose wife so detested him that, from the very first day of their marriage, they had been so far from being able to consummate the wedding that they could not even live together, and if ever Jacopo tried to approach his wife, she was filled with such fury and rage that she would rather throw herself from the window than submit to him. This was told to a certain religious man to whom they had given hospitality, and he found it difficult to believe the story, and therefore, in order to prove it, asked that the woman should be approached there and then. The husband accordingly hid himself within the house, lest his wife, knowing him to be present, should refuse to come in. The woman came. And being asked the reason for her hatred of her husband, began to bemoan her evil fate and said that she could give no reason at all. But she declared that when her husband was absent she was consumed with such a longing and love for him as she could not express in words. But when she went near him to speak to him and look at him, there at once appeared in her imagination such deformed, ugly and horrible monsters in the likeness of her husband that she would rather die than endure him, and that her whole soul and all her strength and part of her life seemed to be drawn into her husband as an evil offering to her own ruin. But when he was again absent she again burned with the same love. The good priest wished to prove the truth of the woman's words and told the women who were with her to bind her by her arms and legs with a strong rope to the bed in the form of a cross, and he told the husband to put off all repugnance and quickly have to do with her. For the priest suspected that the woman might be pretending to be affected in that way so that she might conceal some deformity. The wife, in her desire for her husband, let herself be bound and asked that her husband should be admitted to her, but when he came in, never was seen such terrible fury. No wild beast was ever so ferce or so filled with madness and rage as that woman, for she foamed at the mouth and gnashed her teeth and rolled her eyes, whilst her whole body seemed to be shaken and possessed with demons. The women who were present said that when they touched her belly, which was twisting under the ropes, it appeared to be crammed lull, and all her skin was covered with wheals as if she had been beaten. There was no end to this raging until the husband, tired out with struggling and moved with pity for her, went away. The same author says as follows. In the town S. Gimignano in Etruria, a young man so desperately fell in love with a witch that he left his beautiful and faithful wife as well as Lee's children and, forgetting them, lived with his mistress until his wife, persuaded that his conduct was due to witchcraft, secretly searched for the charm which had caused it, and found in a jar under her bed a toad with its eyes stitched up. This she at once took away, opened its eyes, and afterwards burned, and immediately her husband, as if he were awaking from sleep, remembered his family and forthwith came back to his wife and children. Chapter 5. Of Incendiary Witchcraft. Argument. Witches, that brood of hellish vipers, do not only by their devilish work inflame souls, but set fire to bodies, houses, and whole towns, wherefore they are manifestly fuel for the eternal fire. Examples. Remy, 2:13, tells that at Montelhurry a certain witch called Black Jean Armacuriana quarrelled with one Frangois Huina and, when she could not get what she wanted, was consumed with a desire for vengeance. She was then given by the demon a piece of linen in which were wrapped some small objects like cut straws, and was told to hide it in Huina's house and go away quickly, for the house would soon afterwards catch fire suddenly and be burned with all the furniture. She therefore rolled the piece of linen into a ball and offered it for sale as a head ornament to Huina, who was then busy in the bakehouse. But when she said that she did not need it, as her servants could provide all that she required, Jean nevertheless threw it into the bakehouse, saying that if she had no use for it she could return it to her, and she had hardly left the house before the bakehouse where that ball was caught on fire. And then the whole house began to blaze so fiercely that it was burned down before any help could be brought. The truth of this matter was established beyond doubt by the separate accounts of the two women and by the event itself. A less subtle, though equally pernicious work of incendiarism is testified to by Conrad Wolfhart, who writes as follows in his Prodigium AC Ostentorum Chronicon. There is a town in Switzerland called Schiltach which, on the 13th of April was suddenly and completely burned, and, according to the report of the townsman to the magistrate at Freiburg, the cause of the fire was popularly supposed to be as follows. A demon whistled a signal from a certain part of the house, and the master went up thinking it was a thief, but found no one. But the signal was heard again from the upper dining room, and the master ran up to find the thief, but again saw no one, yet the whistling was heard from the top of the smoke chamber. Then it came into the master's mind that it was something devilish, and he bade his household keep their wits while 2 priests were fetched. They began their exorcism, and he answered that he was a demon. Asked what he was doing there, he said that he wished to ruin the town. When they threatened to offer masses, he said that he cared nothing for their menaces. And soon afterwards he seized a woman with whom he had had intercourse for 14 years, although she had confessed every year and had received the Eucharist, and bore her up in the air and set her on the top of the smoke chamber. And gave her a jar which he told her to upset, and when she had done so the whole town was burned down within an hour. A few years ago some incendiaries were infesting the region of the Rhine. They used to place in other persons' houses a sword or spear or knife, or some other object entirely free from heat or fire, and after a few hours flames would burst from the house and consume it as if it had been made of straw. Chapter 6. The devil wishes to perpetuate the race of witches. Argument. The infection of witchcraft is often spread through a sort of contagion to children by their fallen parents, when these study to find favor with their cacodemons by so doing. For the greed of Satan was ever infinite and insatiable, thus, when once he has gotten a foothold in any family, he is never known to relinquish it except with the greatest difficulty. And it is one among many sure and certain proofs against these who are charged and accused of witchcraft, if it be found that their parents before them were guilty of this seeme. There are daily examples of this inherited taint in children, for the devil is always busy to increase the number of his own. And there can be no more fruitful means of attaining this end than by urging and compelling those who are already in his power to corrupt their children. Examples. Nicole Morel confessed at bar in January 1587 that her father had taken her to the demons' assemblies at night before she had reached puberty. There was another who, although she was not yet of marriageable age, was taken by her mother far into a dense wood, being promised that she would meet a handsome young man. Vivi hoem she might easily take to husband, and it happened as her mothe had said, but as soon as she was embraced by him she felt herself deceived, for she seemed to be embraced by some statue of marble, he lay so stiff and heavy upon her. At Gebweiler, in July 1568, Henry and Catherine gave their son Hansel a succuba for wife. As far as he could see at his first approach, her hair and garments were black, and her feet deformed like horses' hoofs, yet he did not on that account repulse her, but immediately lay with her in greedy pleasure, having abjured all holy thoughts, but it was as if he had entered an icy cavern. And he went away ashamed and sorrowful without accomplishing his purpose. At Durancourt, in October 1586, Domenico Petronius said that before he was 12 years old he had been taken by his mother to those abominable meetings that he might marry a wife. For marriages are often performed at the Sabbat. Colette the fisher's wife and many others have confessed this. And Bertrand the barber's wife, and Cinquen May reported that they had witnessed a wedding of this sort, when they happened to be present there one night, and that in place of the customary wedding gifts the couple were only required to stoop down and blow upon each other's fundaments. Near a Beauville Dominique Falvit was picking rushes with her mother for binding up the vines, and they lay on the ground to rest. After they had talked a little, the mother began to warn her not to be frightened if by any chance she saw something strange, for there would be no danger to her in it. When she had said this, there suddenly appeared something in human form which looked like a shoemaker, for he was girt round the middle with twine rubbed with pitch. The girl was made to swear an oath to this man, and he marked her on the brow with his nail as a sign of her new allegiance, and then he lay with her in the sight of her mother. The mother in her turn offered herself to be defiled by him in her daughter's presence. Then they joined hands and danced round in a ring for a while, after which he gave them what seemed to be money, but afterwards it crumbled to dust, and disappeared into air and returned to his own place. At UE Auxiliary Arches, in 1581, Franchise Hackcourt, in order to free herself from persecution by a demon, delivered up to the demon her daughter Jean, who was not yet 7 years old. This was the chief of her many confessions at her trial. Now, since there was evidence that the child had consented to this thing, and this was largely substantiated by her own clear statements concerning the witches' sabbats at which she had been present, it began to be commonly thought that she should be held equally guilty with her mother. But she seemed too young to be tried as a criminal, and no evil act of witchcraft could be proved against her, so a lady of that place took her into her own house to try to wean her from that execrable way of life with every holy means in her power. After her mother had been put to death, therefore, she was kept in the matron's house for some time and urged to lead a good life, and they all thought that she had verily shaken off the demon's yoke and won back her former liberty. But alas! One night as she was sleeping as usual with the serving maids, the demon seized her and lifted her up as if he were about to carry her away with him, and it is believed that he would have done so, if the maids had not prevented him by calling often upon the name of Jesus. Thus cheated of his prey, he left her hanging between the boards of the roofing and went away. And this was no hysterical vain report of the servant maids, for it was seen by all the neighbours who ran there upon hearing of it. The girl then fell into a sort of stupor, fasting and keeping silent and awake for 8 days and nights together, and that this was not assumed by her through fraud or malice was sufficiently indicated by the fact that, according to Pliny, no one can with safety fast for more than 7 days. And if anyone should continue to fast up to the 11th day, it must be confessed to be something preternatural. Remy says that he has read, in the accounts of such trials, of those who have confessed that they had hidden beneath their nails a poison given them by their parents, and that by this means they had often scratched and killed their companions while playing. In the same place he writes of a child not yet 7 years old named Laurent d'Arsenval, who lived at Bar in 1591, and who clearly proved by his own evidence that he had been taken by his parents to the execrable assemblies of demons, where he was set to turn the spit and tend the flesh that was to be eaten. Also the presiding little master, who had given him the name of Verd Joly, had more than once given him poison with which he afterwards killed the cattle of those who did him even the very smallest injury. This was proved by the actual event. Chapter 7. Of the various ways by which witches vent their spite upon the human race. Argument. It is not to be wondered at that witches are everywhere to be feared, for although they have not an infinite power of doing ill to whomsoever they wish, see the history of Asmodeus and the 7 husbands of Sarah in Tobit, yet our sins, when God wills, often make us the victims of their malice. For no OM is so upright of life and free from sin but that he is pricked and terrified by lie conscience of some misdeed. No one is so attentive and diligent in his religious observances but that sometimes the stress of business will cause him to neglect the customary prayers by which he was daily wont to commend himself to the protection and guardianship of God. No one is so secure as to be free from ill fear of injury by the wicked. Our daily experience is proof enough that most of us are exposed to no light danger in this direction. For witches do not attack with their poisons only those who are off their guard or asleep at night, but they spread their snares for the vigilant in such a way that they can scarcely be escaped by human counsel or foresight. There are many stories upon this subject, and other parts of our book which should abundantly satisfy the reader, but as we are approaching the subject from a fresh angle, and the stories are not altogether without pleasant profit and interest. It may not prove wearisome if they are here set out at some length. Examples. An old man who was porter at the Château de Bassompierre had married a young wife, but continued to live in adultery with another woman who had been his mistress before his marriage. His wife grieved that a harlot, who could not be compared with her for youth or beauty, should be preferred to her, and, as the custom is, went and told her trouble to a neighboring woman and asked her advice as to what she should do. Her neighbor, whose name was Lair, told her to be of good heart, for she had ready a remedy for her misfortune, and she picked a herb from her garden and gave it to her, saying that if she made a broth from it and gave it to her husband he would entirely lose his love for the other woman. She gave him the broth the next day at supper, and he then first experienced a heaviness in his head and afterwards sank into a deep sleep. When he awoke from this on the next day he discovered, not without shame, that his virility had been taken from him, yet he told his wife of his misfortune, since he could not hope to conceal it from her for long. His wife, seeing that her imprudence and folly had betrayed her, and that through begrudging another woman a part she had herself lost the whole, told her husband everything that had been done, and asked forgiveness for her fault, saying that it was all due to the great love which she had for him. The husband easily forgave her, recognizing that the misfortune had been brought about by his own lasciviousness and lust, and he told the whole matter to his patron, the lord of the place, François de Bassompierre. This noble man thought it his duty both to attend to the recovery and health of a member of his household, and worthily to punish the witch for so foul a crime, so he summoned the woman and compelled her by his threats to restore to the man that which had to all seeming been lost, and this she did by giving him another herb to eat. She was therefore guilty by her own showing, and was seized and soon afterwards burned to death. It is very clear from this that there is no real actuality in such matters, but that it is all a mockery and a delusion of the eyes. This is taken from Remy, 2:5. Again, Barberina Rail had conceived a vindictive hatred for Jean Louis. As he was crossing a river on his way to a mill house, with the help of a demon she shook a big sack of wheat from his wagon, and then threw over his horses some powder which had been drugged by her little master, by which means she killed 2 of them at once, and the rest were ill for many days. Next, changing herself into a cat, she entered his house by night in that form, and with the same powder killed his 2-year-old son. Finally she placed a poisoned pear in his way as he was going to Gerbeviller, as if it had fallen from a traveller's bag. He imprudently took it up and ate it, and at once became so ill that he could hardly crawl home for pain. The demon had foretold all these things just as they happened, and had even himself advised the placing of the pear by the roadside. Lola Julia aroused against herself the hatred and malice of Catherine of Metz, who kept trying to find a means of avenging herself but could not see how to do it without attracting suspicion towards herself, for she knew that the other was on the alert against her wiles. But a demon showed her a safe way, and told her to come the next day and fill a pitcher with burning cinders from the metal furnaces, which at Dieuze are the most famous in all Lorraine, and to go to Lola and upset the pitcher and breathe in her face, for he said that Lola would give birth before her time with the greatest pain. And it was as he had said, for no sooner had Catherine overset the pitcher and breathed uncleanly upon her, than Lola was at once seized with violent parturient pains, and could hardly get into her house in time. At Cons in July 1582 Jean Gran, Saint went alone to the window late one night thinking how she could be revenged on the comely Barbara, who had insulted her. At once there appeared a demon in the form of a cat, who told her to pound a slug's head to powder and sprinkle it over Barbara's clothes. She followed this advice as closely as she could, and soon found an occasion to make use of it, for she found Barbara sleeping in a mean stable on some straw in the cattle stall. She therefore blew the powder over her and the cattle that were with her, and they all at once died. She used the same powder with less harmful effect against the daughter of Antoine Le Bosseur, for though she thoroughly sprinkled her limbs with it, she only suffered a slight sickness and recovered her health after a few days. Here it is to be noted that the drugs which they use in this way possess no inherent power either to kill or to heal, neither can the same substance possess such contradictory qualities. But all this is contrived and effected by the power of the demon, who is satisfied if the witch does but lend her hand to the work so that she may be a conscious participator in the crime. Alexia Belleau used continuously to quarrel with her husband, as is usually the case when there are poverty and want in the home, and her hatred of him grew to such an extent that it was only the difficulty of injuring him, not the will to do so, that restrained her. But a demon agreed to do the work for her, if he should consider her request worthy of execution by him, and when she had extravagantly prayed him to do so, he undertook the usance. It chanced that on Christmas Eve the unhappy husband had gone to a neighbouring town to buy household necessities for that holy season, and was returning home late at night. The demon violently seized him on his way and beat him and left him half dead in the cave of Dona Liberia, as it was called. You'd flying to his good wife told her what he had done. On hearing this, he hastened out to all appearance as if she were anxious about her husband's return, but really that she might see with her own eyes the miserable condition of him against whom she had so long cherished evil thoughts when she found him lying and wailing his unhappy lot. She said, as husband, I was coming to meet you, knowing that you were returning through the country so late at night, but what does this mean? Why, I find you lying thus on the ground and groaning. When he had told her what she already knew, she raised him up and, supporting him as well as she could with her shoulder, brought him home, where he died on the same night from the intolerable pain of his wounds. The next day she roused the neighbours and showed them the naked body all black and blue with bruises, and said that he had fallen into the hands of brigands the day before and had crawled home in that condition gasping for breath. And they all easily believed her, for she was not young or beautiful enough to be suspected of having entertained adulterers. Odile Boncoeur of Harcourt said that it was the custom of witches, when they feared to be caught in the act, to sprinkle a poison powder in the way by which they thought ihost persons would go against whom they plotted some calamity. And they agrees with the confession of Rose Gerardine in 1588, that she infected her partner Stéphane Aubert with a mortal disease by scattering such a powder on his threshold before the dawn. Jacobus Agathos, again, said that his demon had taught him that this was by far the easiest way to destroy the wife of Hilaria Bonneau. Isabella Pardia and Martha Mergelatia affirmed that they had never used this means against anyone without success, especially if they were bidden to do it by their demons. Francesca Pina took, as she was passing, some pears which had fallen from a tree belonging to a neighbour called Riberianus, and was severely beaten for it. As she was enraged by this and seeking to be revenged by any means, it was not long before a demon showed her a way to obtain her wish, and gave her some herbs which she must scatter on the path by which Riberianus used to go to his work in the morning. This she did, and he, not suspecting anything, walked over the herbs and at once became ill, so that he soon died in great agony. Barbeline Rail used similar means against François Le Violin, near whom she had lately come to live. She poisoned with a powder the gate through which his cattle used to go to water, and on the next day 3 of his mares were found in the stable dead on their backs. In 1586 Claude Morel spread such a powder before the doors of his kinsman by marriage, Wolfgang Hadowil, and when his daughter happened to go that way she at once fell ill and soon afterwards died miserably, for when she passed by that way she broke her leg. Katharina of Metz was angry because she had been refused by a baker from whom she wished to obtain bread on credit, and asked the help of her demon to pay him out. The demon, as is their nature, came at once ready and eager for any chance of doing ill, and gave her some herbs wrapped in a paper, telling her to scatter them in the place most often used by the baker and his family. She at once took them and spread them in the doorway by which they had to go to the village, and the baker, and after him his wife and children, walked over them and were all afflicted with the same sickness. And they did not recover until the witch, moved by pity, obtained from the demon another herb to restore them. This she secretly hid in their beds, as she had been told to do, and they were soon all restored from sickness to their former health. Bridget and Odile considered that they were being taxed too heavily by the officials of the village where they lived, and wished to exact some heavy vengeance for that grievance. A demon did not fail to appear and show them how to set to work, for he told them to scatter poison broadcast in that place where the village cattle most often went to pasture, and that they might readily prepare the poison by pounding a sufficient quantity of grubs and worms. This they did. And within a few days there died of the cattle of that village 150 according to Bridget, and 160 according to Odile. For they were questioned separately but agreed in everything except the number. Jean Forel gave a drugged K to the whole of a neighbour's family to eat, but that one only died whom she had intended to kill. Hubert of Boussiere had been unfairly treated by one of the townsmen, and it seemed to her that she would be amply revenged if she killed by poison the 5 cows by which he supported himself and his family. But there was a danger of her being caught in the act if she did the business with her own hand by touching each cow with a poisoned wand, as was her method in her other poisonings. So her little master relieved her of that fear and told her to sprinkle before dawn a poison powder which he gave her about the place where the cattle were usually driven. But she hesitated, fearing lest the poison should affect the whole of the cattle, since she wished to harm none except that of the man against whom she wished to be revenged. The demon then promised that all the harm should be confined to those 5 cows, and so it proved in the event. For of all the cattle, only those 5 died or even became sick. Jean Armacuriana had stolen 3 bundles of faggots from a neighbour's land, and had hidden them in the garden of Alexis Cabius, which lay most conveniently to conceal her theft, but she did not manage secretly enough to prevent Cabius, who was at work in a remote part of her garden, from seeing her. After the way of women, she told her neighbours what she had seen, and in consequence, Jean was not only ill spoken of, but was even in some danger, for in Lorraine the punishment for the theft of even a cabbage from another's garden is the lash. Her anger and indignation against Cabius was beyond description, and she kept looking for any means of revenging herself satisfactorily for so great an injury. While she was pondering deeply on this subject, the demon to which she had given herself came to her and twitted her with cowardice in that she had allowed herself to suffer such mental torture for so long when she had so often roved that he was ready to procure her the occasion for vengeance, and he undertook that it would not be long before the other woman should be punished for her evil tongue, if she would allow him to work. Jean said that such was her wish, and the demon at once flew to Alexis, who was then tending her cattle in the meadows and was trying to drive back to the herd one which had strayed into a neighbour's cornfield. He caught her up in a whirlwind and dashed her to the ground so violently that her leg was broken, and she was so bewildered by this happening that she had to be carried home half dead. The following example concerns one Bernard Bloguat. He was driving his cart to Strasbourg where he had some business, when he was seen by Jean de Bands as she was working in the fields. She then called to mind certain injuries he had done her, which had not been avenged, and to her curses and execrations brought disaster upon him. For she had hardly begun to curse before he fell so violently from the cart in which he was sitting that he was instantly killed. Yet his body was quite uninjured, with no wound or bruise or discoloration or any swelling or dislocation or hurt of any sort, so that it is to be believed that his life and soul were cut off in a moment by a demon. And lest any should think that such a belief was based solely upon that witch's confession, let him know that it was commonly reported that an ostler named Johann, who had lent Bloguat his cart for that journey, was privy to the whole affair. Moreover, the strange and unheard-of manner of his death is itself an argument that it was due to some preternatural power of evil. At Nancy a certain witch commonly known as Asinaria used to go from door to door begging, and her age and infirmity so aroused the pity of the rich that she received every day enough to live in comfort. One day she was standing as usual begging in front of the governor's door, when his eldest son, coming out an unlucky moment, told her to go away and to ask him another time, because it was not convenient just then for his servants to give her money. She became indignant at this treatment and, as witches are always ready to do, cursed him, and immediately afterwards, as if he had pierced his foot with a flint stone, he fell and hurt himself so that he had to be carried back into the house at once. There he told his servants how it had all happened, adding that it was not the result of any imprudent or careless step on his part, but that he had been struck from behind by some higher power, and that there was no doubt he would have broken his leg if God had not helped him as he fell, for he said that he had fortified himself with the sign of the cross at his prayers that morning. Yet after this the witch did not rest, for when her familiar had indignantly upbraided her because he had been foiled in his attempt, she started to beg and beseech him all the more to proceed by any means with the destruction of the young man. A task which would be easy for him if ever the youth came out without the protection of his morning prayers and the sign of the cross, for the demon himself admitted that these were the causes of his previous failure. Not many days later it happened that the young man put his arm out of the window of an upper room to take some young sparrows from the nest on the wall, when he was lifted up from behind and thrown through the window with such force that he was thought to be dead. But after a few hours he regained consciousness and, looking at his father who was abandoning himself to tears and lamentation, said, "Father, do not think that this evil has happened to me through my own fault, for indeed I am very far from being to blame. Something came behind me and thrust me through the window in spite of my struggles, and I was overpowered by some stronger power and forced out." And indeed they had found near him as he lay prone a piece of wood from a pile which had been stored for household use in the top attic. Constantly maintaining the same story, the youth died after a few days. Not many days later, Asinaria was thrown into prison by reason of the evidence of other witches against her and because of the daily increasing suspicion that she was a witch. And as a result of her careful examination and the evidence taken by Remy, who tells this story. And at last she was induced by persuasion, without any recourse to torture, to make a full confession of all her crimes, and among them was that which had been so often and confidently affirmed by the boy. For she said that as soon as he had accomplished the crime the demon had flown to her in a neighboring marketplace and told her everything that had been done, and she continued to maintain this until she suffered punishment by death in the fire. There were some peasants, one of whom was lopping off the over-luxuriant boughs of a tree, another throwing fruit from a loft down to the yard ready to be pressed, and another loading and arranging straw at the top of a wagon. None of them were acting rashly in any way, but they were taken and hurled to the ground with such force that they had to be carried away half dead. Yet there was no sign of any person or thing to have caused their fall. There was a pear tree in a remote part of a wood, from which Jean Rottier had long planned to gather the fruit, and he did not think that the tree, being in such a hidden and out-of-the-way place, would be noticed by anyone, and his titbit be taken from his mouth. Yet the tree was discovered by Desire Saleh, a man of his own class, who came there first and picked the pears. He was caught in the act, and it was not long before Rottier made him suffer for robbing him of his booty, for this class of men bears such injuries hardly and is easily incited to vengeance. He accordingly cursed Desire, as he was in the habit of cursing others, and he was suddenly caught in a whirlwind and hurled to the ground, and so hurt in one leg that he could not move until some swineherds ran at his cry and helped him home. And he was not yet healed when Rottier made a full confession of this matter. The following story of April Hoslotter is similar. She had a son in the service of Jean Halecourt, whom his master had cruelly punished for a theft of which he, more than the rest of the servants, was suspected. This grieved the mother and made her wish for revenge, the chance for which she eagerly grasped. When the master was bringing his horses home from pasture and was carelessly riding upon one of them, she and her familiar came invisibly and so bore upon the horse's neck that the rider fell to the ground and broke his leg, and he was still lame and crippled by that fall when he appeared as a witness against that witch. Claude Fellet of Mézières was always quarrelling with a neighbouring woman, as it so often appears that women of the same class have only to live near each other to find occasion to quarrel and dispute, and she had pondered for a long time how she could privily bring some harm upon her neighbour. For it had to be done very secretly, since all the inhabitants would at once accuse Fellet if any rave accident befell the other woman. He consulted a demon about it, and he told her to go out into the fields and work as usual, while he would play his part in the town, for if she stayed at home she would be suspected. The neighbour's house was shut up and the doors were bolted, when her son, whom the woman had left alone in the house when she went out, was heard crying pitifully. All who heard it ran up and broke open the door to see what had happened to the child to make it cry so, and they found it covered and surrounded with hot coals. They quickly threw these aside and took him from his cradle to save him if possible, but he was already breathing his last and died in their arms. A rumour then began to be spread that Fellet had certainly been at the bottom of this, for it was bruited that she had punished others before in the same way. Accordingly she was brought to trial on account of this and other crimes of which she had long been suspected, and she was at last induced to confess freely that she had wrought this mischief, and to tell everything that the demon had done at her request, particularly the matter of the burning coals which he had taken with a stick from the hearth near by, and had thrown them over the poor child's cradle. A peasant named Morletic was going early one morning to a castle by the Moselle to negotiate a profitable deal in milk, since that was his trade, when a violent whirlwind took all his breath away, though everywhere else it was dead calm, so that he lay for a long time between life and death. This misfortune came to him through the contrivance of Francois Fellet with the help of a demon, for this man had long nursed a rancorous desire for vengeance upon Morletic for certain injuries, as he himself afterwards acknowledged freely, being induced by penitence to confess his sin. Colette the fisher's wife, without coming near her fellow townsman Claude Jacquemin, made him blind in one eye by employing a demon to do that work, as she herself freely confessed when she was tried for witchcraft. And the greater faith was given to her story because the same Jacquemin afterwards said that his eye had been wounded as if pierced by a forcefully driven branch of a tree, although there were no trees for a considerable distance in any direction. Therefore it was suspected that he had received that injury through some black art. Jacobetta Ware testified as follows: "For many reasons I hated a certain peasant who lodged in the same house as I, but I could not see how to harm him without incurring suspicion, for he kept a keen and careful watch upon me. But at last I found a way, for when he was busy over some work in a thicket, a demon at my request drove a thorn so deep into his knee that he was disabled for a whole 3 months, and he was not cured until I took pity on his prolonged pain or had asked the demon to heal him again. A few days after this, as he was cutting wood in the forest, the demon put red lotion upon the wound and he was immediately healed. Chapter 8. Of the different diseases brought by demons. Argument. Vicenna and Galen and Hippocrates deny that it is possible for any diseases to be brought upon man by demons, and their view is followed by Pietro Pomponazzi and Levin Lemnieff. Not because they did not believe that the demons, which they acknowledged to be evil, wished to cause disease, but because they held that every disease is due to natural causes. But that is no good argument, for is it not possible for sicknesses to spring from natural causes, and at the same time possible for demons to be the instigators of such sicknesses? The contrary opinion is held by Codronci, Andreas Asalpino, Jean Fernal, J. Franciscus Valxius the Spaniard, and other most learned physicians, together with S. Jerome, on Matt. 3, s. Chrysostom, Homily 54, on Matt. 17, s. Thomas, I. 2, 115, art. 5, and other theologians. The jurists also, especially Burchard, Decret. 19, De Re Magica, argue excellently on the same side. Grilland, 2, 6, to number 13, has often been quoted to the same effect, but I prefer the firmer authority of the Holy Scriptures. Did not the devil afflict Job with loathsome sores from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head? Did not the devil put to an alien use the tongue and ears of him whom S. Matthew calls the lunatic? Did not a devil afflict Saul with a black humour? The account is quite explicit, for it says that an evil spirit afflicted him, which went away when David played the harp. Let us now see by what method the demon causes sickness. This has been clearly set forth by Franciscus Visius, who says that the demon is the external cause of sickness when he comes from without to have a body and bring diseases to it. And if the sickness has some material source, he sets in motion its inner causes. Thus he induces the melancholy sickness by first disturbing the black bile in the body, and so this is a black humour throughout the brain and in their cells of the body. In this black bile he increases by superinducing other irritations and by preventing the purging of humour. He brings epilepsy, paralysis and such maladies by a stoppage of the heavier physical fluids, obstructing and blocking the ventricle of the brain and the nerve roots. He causes blindness or deafness, bringing a noxious secretion in the eyes or ears. Often again he suggests ideas to the imagination which induce love or hatred or other mental disturbances. For the purpose of causing bodily infirmities he distills a spirituous substance when blood itself purifies it of all base matter and uses it as the aptest, most efficacious and swiftest weapon against human life. I say that from the most potent poisons he extracts a quintessence with which he infects the very spirit of life, and, as Cesalpino well observes, de demonum investigation, c. I6. So establishes his devil-made disease that human skill is hardly able to find a remedy, since the devil's poison is too subtle and tenuous, too swift and sure in killing, and reaches to the very marrow of the bones. But those more common maladies which are caused solely by some external injury or noxious breath, by a means of certain instruments of witchcraft, unguent signs, buried charms, and such things, have no natural power for evil in themselves, but are merely symbols in response to which the demon fulfills his pact with a witch. This is pointed out by the same Andreas Cecil Pino in chapter 17 of the work above quoted. Examples: a certain honest woman who had been legally married to one of the household of the Archduke formally disposed the following in the presence of notary. In the time of her maidenhood she had been in the service of the one of the citizens whose wife became affected with grievous pains in the head. And a woman came who she said she could cure her. And so began certain incantations and rites, and I carefully watched, said this woman, what she did, and saw that against the nature of water poured into the vase she caused water to rise in the vessel together with other ceremonies which there is no need to mention. And considering that the pains in my mistress's head were not assuaged by these means, I addressed the witch in some indication with these words: I do not know what you are doing, but whatever it is witchcraft, and you are doing it for your own profit. Then the witch at once replied, You will know in 3 days whether I am a witch or not. And so it proved, for on the 3rd day when I sat down and took up a spindle I suddenly felt a terrible pain in my body. First it was inside me, so that it seems that there was no part of my body in which I did not feel horrible shooting pains. Then it seemed to me just as if burning coals were being continually heaped upon my head. Thirdly, from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet there was no place large enough for a pimtic that was not covered with a rash of white pustules. And so I remained in these pains, crying out in wishing only for death, until the 4th day. At last my mistress's husband told me to go to a certain tavern, and with great difficulty I went, whilst he walked before me until we were in front of the tavern. See, he said to me, there is a loaf of white bread over the tavern door. I see, I said. Then he said, take it down if you possibly can, for it may do you good. And I, holding on the door with one hand as much as I could, got hold of the loaf with the other. Open it, said my master, and look carefully at what is inside. Then when I had broken open the loaf I found many things inside, especially some white gains very like the pustules on my body. And I saw also some seeds and herbs such as I could not eat or even look at, with the bones of serpents and other animals. In my astonishment I asked my master what was to be done, and he told me to throw it all into the fire. I did so. And behold, suddenly, not in an hour or even a few minutes, but at the very moment when that matter was thrown into the fire, I regained all my former health. The same author tells in the same place the following story. An all honesty merry woman disposed the following on oath. Behind my house, she said, I have a greenhouse in my neighbor's garden, borders on it. One day I noticed that a passage had been made from my neighbor's garden to my greenhouse, not without some damage being caused. And as I was standing in the door of my greenhouse, reckoning to myself and bemoaning both the passage and the damage, my neighbor suddenly came up and asked if I suspected her. But I was frightened because of her bad reputation, and only answered, the footprints on the grass are approved of the damage. Then she was indignant because I had not, and she had hoped, accused her with actionable words, and went away murmuring. And though I could not hear her words, I could not understand them. After a few days I became very ill with pains in the stomach, and in the sharpest twists shooting from my left side to my right. And conversely, as if swords or knives were being thrust through my breasts, whence day and night I disturb all the neighbors with my cries. And when they came from all sides to console me, it happened at a certain clay worker who is engaged in an adulterous intrigue with that which my neighbor, coming to visit me, took pity on my illness, and after a few words of comfort went away. But the next day he returned in a hurry, and after counseling he added, I am going to test whether your illness is due to witchcraft, and if I find that it is, I shall restore your health." So he took some molten lead, and while I was lying in bed poured it into a ball of water which he placed on my body, and when the lead solidified into a certain image in various shapes, he said, "See, your illness has been caused by witchcraft. In one of the instruments of that witchcraft is hidden under the threshold of your house door. Let us go then and remove it, and you will feel better." So my husband and he went to remove the charm. And the clay worker taking up the threshold, my husband to put his hand into the hole which then appeared and take out whatever he found. And so he did so. In first he brought out a waxen image about a palm long, perforated all over and pierced through the sides with 2 needles, just in the same way that I felt the stabbing pains from side to side. And then little bags containing all sorts of things such as gains and seeds and bones. And when all these things were burned, I became better. But not even entirely well. For although the shootings and twisting stopped and I quite regained my appetite for food, yet even now I am by no means fully restored to health. And when we asked her why it was that she had not been completely restored, she answered, "There are some other hidden instruments of witchcraft hidden away which I could not fight." And when I asked the man how he knew where the first instruments were hidden, he answered, "I knew this through the love which prompts a friend to tell things to a friend. A tale surpassing all wonder is told in his De Naturi Diuinis character, Smith, 2:4. By Cornelius Gemma, who relates that a 15-year-old girl of Louvain named Caterina Gualteri was sometime under his charge in the year 1571. She was given by a kinswoman of her own age something to taste. And when she had eaten it, she at once showed extraordinary symptoms of sickness, for Gemma himself saw her every day void so many objects of such a size and nature that he would not have believed if it had been told him by anyone else. In the 8th month of her sickness, with a great effort she voided from her back passage a live eel, perfectly formed, as thick as a thumb and 6 feet long, with scales and eyes and tail and everything belonging to an eel. He tells that, 3 days before it came out, not only the girl herself but also those near her heard the eel utter a sharp thin cry in her belly, and when it was coming out the girl said that she clearly felt that at the first attempt it drew back its head, and then came out with a rush. They killed and disemboweled the eel, and hung it high out of the reach of the animals, but it suddenly vanished. Meanwhile the girl began to vomit an immense quantity of fluid not unlike wine and of an unpleasant taste, and this continued for more than 14 days, each day's vomiting weighing 24 pounds. Besides this she made water copiously 2 or 3 times a day. No tumor or external swelling could be seen in her stomach or anywhere in her body, and the girl ate and drank very sparingly, hardly taking a cup of wine or beer or other liquor, but her excretion of water was such that in 2 weeks she could easily fill 2 water butts. After this flood of water she began to vomit a vast number After this flood of water she began to vomit a vast number of hairs of about a finger's length, some longer and some shorter, like those which fall from old dogs, and the quantity of the hairs grew each day so that she could easily have filled many full-sized balls. All this she vomited with much retching and difficulty. After a few days' interval there followed other vomitings of great balls of hair floating in a purulent sonnies, and sometimes of the appearance of the dung of pigeons or geese, and in this pus were found bits of wood and tiny pieces of skin. Some of the wood being various-sized pieces of living trees, as if they had been broken off from the trunks. These were of the thickness and breadth of a nail, spongy inside and black with old bark outside. Shortly afterwards her vomiting became as black as coal, so that you would have said that it was ink or the excretion of a cuttlefish, with minute pieces of coal in it, and each day she vomited 2 or 3 pounds, nearly always accompanied with more hairs than could be put into a walnut. All white and long and stiff. This continued for 3 days, and then in one single vomit she threw up 2 pounds of pure blood, as from an opened vein, unmixed with any other matter. After this blood, the black vomiting returned, as if the fluid had been dyed with pounded antimony, and each day there were 5 or 6 pounds of the fluid, and this prodigy continued for 7 solid hours. The application of human and divine remedies brought some relief, during which the hairs were still ejected, but they were fewer and gradually became blacker and shorter every day, growing from auburn to dark and so to jet black, and it seemed that the vomiting broke them into minute particles. Such was her virulent spitting, though at times it was more like mud. About the middle of September she vomited larger pieces of skin which seemed to be torn from her stomach, and they had the appearance of a thick fleshy membrane, tough and difficult to tear, like the choroid envelope of a fetus, and were marked with a network of veins, and were sometimes as much as half a palm in length. Immediately after these followed others much thinner but black right through, but still bearing the marks of veins, and in other respects not unlike the allantoid membrane. Last came membranes of a third kind, devoid of vasa, and thinner than any of the others, like the amnion yet differing from it in appearance and material, for though thin, they were remarkably tough, and in some marvellous manner larger. The fragments differed in size, but 2 especially were more than 2 palms wide and were deeply grooved. These split themselves from top to bottom and took the form of cancellate rhombs. I can compare them with nothing better than the slough of a viper, although I had never before seen anything comparable with them. But this was chiefly remarkable in them, that along the length of them there appeared a deeper groove marked sparsely with transverse marks, as appears in hoarseness of the lung. They had a hollow circular cavity within, a little narrower in the fastigium of one membrane, like the mark of a snake's head with a mastoid apophysis or a mammillary processus. In the end of the other there lurked something abdominal and asymmetrical, not unlike a bifurcated vertex. All these joined together clearly attained to the length and thickness of an eel, and I think that it was a papillary tubercle through which the eel breathed and, perhaps, drew into itself the needful solid and liquid nutriment. After she cast up these membranes, there followed a vast quantity of stones, which she brought up always in the evening and at a fixed hour with much contortion and nausea. These stones were of the shape which is found in the ruins of old houses, and were solid, angular, and of various shapes and sizes, some as big as walnuts, and she vomited them not without danger of suffocation. Sometimes also they were coated with chalk and joined together, so that they could not be distinguished from stones pulled from a house wall. Once in my presence she brought up an angular stone as big as a double chestnut, with very great difficulty, so that I manifestly saw her vomiting it and heard the sound of it falling into the basin, to the great horror both of my own mind and of those who were standing about. Immediately afterwards she brought up, but with less difficulty, a piece of wood as long and thick as a thumb. This was bound right round with a sort of thread. Meanwhile at intervals she still vomited hairs, but fewer and blacker. Then came that which would surpass all belief, for she brought up a hard triangular bone, hollow and spongy inside, such as was clearly a fragment of ox's leg, and the girl's father said he had seen such a one the day before in his broth. Without delay on the following day she vomited a number of bony objects, some sharp and some round, of various shapes and sizes, still mingled with hairs and stones, and last of all, pieces of glass and bronze. Gemma justly supposes that a demon was, with the permission of God, the originator of these prodigies, but that he nevertheless employed natural causes in their due order as far as he could. Sprenger, Malleus Maleficarum, 2, Q. 1, c. 13, tells of a woman of Carrot-Aburn with whom a certain midwife was very angry because she did not engage her to minister to her at childbirth. This midwife came one night with 2 other witches where she was lying in bed and said that, out of revenge, she was going to put something in her intestines, the pain of which she would feel in 6 months 5 time, and she touched her belly. And it seemed to her that she took out her entrails and put in something which she could not see. After 6 months were gone, in the words of Sprenger, such a terrible pain came into her belly that she could not help disturbing everybody with her cries day and night. And because, as has been said, she was most devout to the Virgin, the Queen of Mercy, she fasted with bread and water every Saturday, so that she believed that she was delivered by her intercession. For one day, when she wanted to perform an action of nature, all those unclean things fell from her body, and she called her husband and her son, and said, "Are those fancies? Did I not say that after half a year the truth would be known? Or who ever saw me eat thorns, bones, and even bits of wood? For there were brambles as long as a palm, as well as a quantity of other things. There is a castle * called Street, Symphorian in the diocese of Lyons and a few miles from that city, where there lived a man full of faith, a conscientious entertainer of religious men, and of sober and learned conversation and opinions. This man once dragged an abbot, almost by force, to his dwelling to see his daughter who was troubled with a wretched affliction, for, instigated by her envious mother-in-law, an evil witch-woman had caused her to sink into a hopeless languor, so that she could not endure the presence or sight of her husband. The girl's mother, led by womanly affection to believe that Satan would cast out Satan, sought the help of a famous warlock, who came and examined the girl and pronounced that she was bewitched. He then rubbed the bark of a tree with a potion of herbs which he gave her to drink, uttering certain enchantments, and with his own teeth bit the poor girl's arm, a marvellous and strange thing unheard of before. She then recovered from her languor, but kept feeling as it were needles coming from her heart, and was in terrible pain while some unseen power drew these needles out through the bite in her arm, upon which no scar had appeared. A cruel remedy, but one worthy of its author. In this way at various times more than 30 needles were expelled, some with and some without an eye for the thread. The abbot who, as we have said, came to the house where this was happening, is a most eminent and distinguished monk whose good work in this and other marvellous cases is not unknown, but since he is yet living I have thought fit not to divulge his name. The anxious father showed him his unhappy daughter and with tears explained her miserable case, and as he was speaking his words were proved by the fact, for the girl groaned and said that she felt a needle coming. The nail eye reached the opening, preceded by the usual flow of blood, and had already begun to show part of itself, when one of the lay brothers waiting upon the abbot drew it out all bloody, to be kept for many years as evidence of the fact. The abbot touched the wound and promised that by virtue of faith no more iron would come out of it. And so it was, but the material only was changed, for the malady was not yet conquered. Instead of the iron needles there began to come out little bits of wood, like spits of oak or ash, thicker and rather longer than thorns, but not all of the same length thickness, any more than the needles had been. Within a year and a few months 16 of these bits of wood came from the woman. At last came the Reverend Bishop Peter, who was endowed with grace to perform this miracle. He gave orders in the preceding evening that the woman should be brought to him as he celebrated Mass, and during the Mass the 17th piece of wood came from her body. The chaplain drew it out in the sight of all, and the bishop confessed and absolved the woman, and gave her the Eucharist, and bade her henceforth be secure from all extrusion of any matters. In this way she was freed from all spells and sorcery, and abode by her husband and gave birth to children, and is said to live to this day, testifying to the miracle which she was permitted to experience. Her father's name was Pierre du Fraxinet, a man well known and honoured by his neighbours, as may be verified by any who may find this story too strange to be believed. Sir Salpino writes as follows, in the De Investigation Daemonum, cap. 17, this year at Pisa I, with many others, saw the following. A woman possessed by demons used frequently, sometimes while she was being exorcised and sometimes after, to cast from her body objects of a size and nature which precluded the possibility of her having eaten them, such as long iron nails, bones, stones, balls of wool, coals, and many other things. And in her bed, where her breast, and especially her heart, lay, were found many balls cunningly formed from palm leaves in various shapes, but mostly in the form of a rose with many layers of delicate petals, some bound round with thread and others stuck together with glue. Other objects were found on her pillow where her head rested. Chapter 9. Why God permits the devil so to busy himself with witchcraft. Argument. There can be no doubt that there are many reasons for this. First, that glory may be increased even in us, when the glorious qualities of God are manifested in us. Secondly, it is consonant with the laws of God, for since he created man to be free, he freely permits him to sin. Thirdly, we may see in this a proof of his benevolent government, for he gave free will even to the devil, and permits him to make use of it at times. Fourthly, it proves his mercy toward the human race. For if the devil were permitted to do all the harm that he wished and could, no man would escape, but all would be killed. Therefore God often denies him the power to do harm. Fifthly, it shows God's wisdom. For although he allows the devil to use his natural powers, yet he causes that father of pride to be overcome by such foolish little creatures as men. Sixthly, it shows his power. For although he allows the demon to effect the greater marvels, such as turning water into blood, he does not permit him to accomplish smaller things, such as the generation of gnats. Seventhly, it shows his justice, for in this way God punishes men's sins even in this life. Examples. In 1566, through the mouth of a demoniac woman at Lane, a demon in the hearing of all mocked at the Calvinists, crying out that he had nothing to fear from them since they were his friends and allies. This is too well known throughout Picardy for it to be denied, and it is recorded by Bishop Willem Damasus van Linde, J. de Fugiendis Nostri Seculi Idolis, I. 14. It was noted as a fact that when Martin Luther died at Alban, the demons flew to his funeral from those who were possessed, as is recorded by Brimbach, B.K. 7, ch. 37 and 39. In an ancient life of S. Zenobius F. of Florence, the history is told of a certain heathen woman of that city who was both noble and wealthy. Her husband died, leaving her with 2 sons whom she reared most carefully, but when they had come to their full growth they fell one day into a rage and terribly beat their own mother with many blows. Unable to endure this outrage, she cursed their bodies with horrible imprecations, falling on her knees and beating the ground with her hands, and calling upon Erinus and the hellish furies to bring madness upon her sons. The demons heard her from the depths of darkness, and they attacked the young men, driving them to a fury so that they immediately became like mad dogs and began biting each other's limbs. The servants ran up, there was a outcry, and some brought ropes and some chains, and the young men were bound, but even so their madness could not be restrained. S. Augustine, in The City of God, XXII, 8, refers to the following story told by one Paul. While, he said, we were still living at Caesarea in our native country of Cappadocia, our eldest brother began to maltreat our mother in a terrible and insufferable manner, not hesitating to lay his hands on her. The rest of us brothers and sisters bore this patiently without speaking a word for our mother to our brother to ask him why he treated her so, but our mother, goaded by womanish anguish, determined to punish her cruel son by cursing him, and went after cock-crow to the font of holy baptism where she called down the wrath of God upon her son. Then there came to her some demon in the form, as it is said, of our father, and asked her what she wished to do, and she answered, to curse my son, for his intolerable ill-treatment of me. Then that enemy, since lie can easily find a place in the heart of an angry woman, persuaded her to curse all her children, and she, kindled by his viperish counsel, prostrated herself and seized the sacred font. And with her hair all disordered and her breasts bared begged from God the following boon, that we should be banished from our country and wander about foreign lands as a terrible example to the whole human race. Our mother's prayers soon took effect, and her vengeance at once fell upon our eldest and guiltiest brother, for he was seized with just such a shaking of his limbs as your holiness saw in me 3 days ago. Before a year had passed we were all afflicted with the same punishment in the order of our age. But when our mother saw the great effect of her curses, she could no longer endure the conscience of her unnatural behavior or the general disgust felt against her, but tied a cord round her throat and thus miserably ended her unhappy life. Unable to bear the scandal of these events, we all left our native land and were scattered in all directions, and after long wandering we have won freedom from our afflictions. In the county of Flanders, hear and tremble. There is a monastery, but it is well not to reveal its situation or the name of its order, where there were 3 who were monks in name, but in reality beastly gluttons and whoremongers, who had no shame at all in their crapulence or their lechery. Once when they had sat drinking till late in the night, one of them, not quite so hardened in sin, said, "We have given enough to Bacchus and our stomachs. Let us at least thank God." "For my part," said another, who was bolder, "I thank Cacodemon, and I think it is he who should be thanked, since it is he whom we serve." They then left the table with laughter and went to the dormitory, each with his wench. They had hardly lain down when there walked in through the bolted door a demon, in the form of a great fierce black man dressed like a hunter, and with him 2 little cooks. He looked threateningly at the beds and in a terrible voice exclaimed, "Where is he who gave thanks to me? I am here to repay him." Then he dragged the man from his bed, quaking and nearly dead with fright, and giving him to the cooks ordered them to spit him and roast him by the blazing fire. They at once obeyed, and the wretched man was roasted and most obviously died. The rest were nearly dead with terror, for the room was filled with the stench of the burned body. At last the hunter turned to the others who were cowering half dead under their blankets, and said, "You also deserve the same punishment, and I would willingly inflict it, but I am prevented by a higher power and leave you against my will. But I warn you to mend your ways, lest an even more terrible fate should overtake you." The demons then vanished, but the men did not recover their courage or even their speech until broad daylight. Then when they arose they found their comrade dead and, to prove that it had been no empty vision, quite blackened and burned. I doubt whether there has been so useful an example as this for hundreds of years. Gailana, the wife of the Duke of Franconia, ordered SS. Kilian, Coloman and Totnan to be put to death, and this crime remained hidden until God discovered its author in the following manner. One of those who had struck S. Kilian with his sword was suddenly possessed by a demon and began to cry aloud, "O Kilian, you persecute me cruelly, for I am consumed with fire and cannot hide what I did. I see threatening me a sword red with your blood." He kept shouting like this for a long time, tearing himself with his own teeth, until he passed from present to eternal punishment. Of such it is written, "Destroy them, O Lord, with double destruction." Jeremiah 17:18. The other associate in the killing fell into a madness and disemboweled himself with his sword, passing from the torments of this present time to those of eternity. And what of Gailana when this was known to her? The wretched woman was infuriated to the point of extremest agony, and not long afterwards this ogress was seized with tormenting pains and cried out at the top of her voice, "I am justly tortured, since I set the torturers upon the holy men, I am rightly tormented. Since I prepared torments for them. O Kilian, you come upon me relentlessly, you light the fire, O Kilian, and you, O Totnan, apply the burning coals. Be content with your victory, for you have sufficiently avenged your wrongs. O Kilian, you are named from a cup, but the drink you give me is too bitter." Saying this she was cruelly tortured, so that she could hardly be held by many people, and at last in excruciating pangs passed to the torments prepared for the devil. Thomas Netter in his book against the Wycliffites, De Sacramento Eucharistii, cap. 63, vouches that in 1384 he was an eyewitness of the following. He writes in these words, "I tell the story of what I saw myself with the eyes of my flesh in the Cathedral of S. Paul in London. The Venerable Archbishop of Canterbury Thomas Arundel of happy memory, whose father and brother were Earls of Arundel, sat there in the episcopal throne in judgment, with Bishop Alexander of Norwich and others as his assessors, and put some questions concerning the faith in the Eucharist to one William Taylor from Worcester who had been charged with heresy. When this man could by no means be turned to the true faith, and persisted in calling and believing the most sacred host to be nothing but blessed bread, he was finally ordered to do reverence to the host. But he blasphemously replied, "Truly a spider is more worthy to be revered." Immediately there descended from the top of the roof a huge and hideous spider, and came straight on its thread to the blasphemer's mouth, and persistently tried, while he was yet speaking, to gain an entrance through his polluted lips. Thomas of Woodstock, uncle of the king, was present and witnessed the miracle. The archbishop immediately arose with the other bishops, and expounded to the whole congregation there gathered what the avenging hand of the Lord had done to the blasphemer. A demon in the form of the spider possessed the blasphemer and so avenged the dishonor done to God. Sophronius writes as follows of a vengeance taken by the Blessed Virgin Mary. In Heliopolis of Syria, Baalbek, there was an actor named Gaia, NUS who used to blaspheme against the Holy Mother of God publicly in the theatre. The Holy Mother appeared to him and said, "Do not, I beg you, do not such hurt to your soul." He did but the more blaspheme against her, and she came a third time to him repeating the same words. When he would not mend his ways, but even increased his blasphemies, she appeared to him as he was sleeping one midday, and without saying anything touched his hands and feet with her finger, and when he awoke he found himself without hands or feet, lying there wretched, maimed and useless. He then confessed to all how and why he had suffered that fate. He was thus mercifully punished for his blasphemy, for so do the blessed saints mete out gentle punishment. Nida says, "When I was studying sacred theology at the University of Cologne, there was a virgin some 15 or 16 years old, well enough behaved as manners are now counted, and she was living away from her parents in the house of a kind woman. She happened to break a common earthenware pot belonging to this kinswoman, who was sore angered when she knew of it, and cried out that it was due to the girl's carelessness. This angered the girl all the more because it was but a very common pot, and in her temper she declared at dinner time that she would not eat, nor even come to the table. Her kinswoman said to her, 'You must eat.' But the girl muttered to herself some such words as, 'If I must eat, be it so in the name of the devil,' and thus came to the table, neglected to ask the customary blessing. And with her first mouthful of bread, as it is thought, felt a fly in her mouth. Being by no means able to eject it, she swallowed this and was immediately possessed, yet she always kept her faculties and reason, although she was often tormented by the demon. She was sorrowfully taken back to her parents' house, and for a long time no one was found who could deliver her. But at last a certain Dominican had pity on the girl and her parents, and undertook to exorcise her on condition that, if she were delivered, no earthly reward should be given to the exorcist, but that the girl should serve God for the rest of her life, if she freely consented to do so, in her present virgin state, and not be given to any in marriage. This good priest then offered the holy sacrifice, and the possessed girl made the usual offering and was present throughout the whole Mass without appearing to suffer any torments. But after long exorcism the demon came out of her, leaving every limb of her virgin body bruised, and from that time she began to serve God in virgin chastity. The same author tells the following. When Peter, the famous judge of witches, resigned his office, he went back to Bern and lived there. But one day he returned to the castle of Blankenberg, where a kinsman of his had succeeded him in his office, and there intended to do some business with certain of his acquaintances. Then a witch, together with 4 men who were her associates in this crime, being busy late one night with the mysteries of their art, searched their brains for a means of grievously harming or killing Peter by witchcraft in some secret manner without being suspected. Accordingly, when night came, Peter crossed himself and went to his bedroom, but with the intention of keeping awake all night in order to write some necessary letters so that he might be able to leave the place in the morning. As he was thus awake, in the middle of the night it suddenly seemed to him that the day had come, for he was deceived by a fictitious light. Being then angry with himself because he thought he had wasted the night, he put on his clothes without blessing himself as he should, and went downstairs to the place where he kept his writing materials, and found it locked. He then became more angry and began climbing upstairs again to his bedroom, allowing himself, in his irritation, one brief word of cursing, mentioning the name of the devil. At once he was hurled downstairs in dense darkness so violently that his servant, who was sleeping near at hand by the stairs, was awakened and, coming out to see what was the matter, and lighting a light, saw his master Peter lying senseless on the ground with all his limbs broken and profusely bleeding. Some time later it was discovered through the confession of a prisoner that those 4 men and that witch had thus hurled Peter down the stairs. Note, reader, what harm came to Peter through neglecting to make the sign of the cross? Remy relates the following marvelous story. Jean Blaise of Baden had a son-in-law named Rainer with whom she lived in the same house. A fellow countryman of this Rainer, one Claude Gerard, had long ago lent him a pair of breeches, but so far had been unable by any importunity to get him to give them back to him. Weary of so long a delay, he at last came to Rainer to ask when he was going to be done with his subterfuges, but found that he was away from home and that only his mother-in-law Blaise was sitting by the fire with their family. He therefore asked her to return him his garment, saying that, as often as her fine son-in-law had made a fool of him, he would find that he was well able to pay him back in his own coin. This enraged the woman, but she decided to refrain from words so that she might be fully avenged indeed upon the man, and asked him to wait a few days more, and he should have what he wanted without any further delay. In the meantime she asked him if he would not sit down with her by the fire for a little in friendly wise and partake of some apples which she had just baked. Gerard declined more than once, saying that he had no leisure to tarry there any longer and that he had no wish for the food which she offered him, but one of the apples stuck to the palm of his hand, and was so hot that he was forced to try to knock it off with the other hand. Then both his hands were stuck, as if they had grown together, while the apple between them kept waxing hotter until he was driven nearly out of his mind. He therefore cried out on some who were present to have pity on him, and each brought what remedy he could, some bringing water to quench the heat, and others tools for forcing his hands apart, but none of these were of any avail. It then became clear that it was a matter of some evil art. And one of his more understanding neighbors advised that he should be taken to the place where the evil had first come upon him, and when this was done old Gamma Blaise began to make fun of what had happened to him, yet she gently rubbed his arm from the shoulder to the hand. And thereupon the apple fell from him and the pain was assuaged, and he was able to use his hands freely as before. A certain German jurisconsult, Godelman, lib. 1, de Landis, cap. De Malitia Diaboli, tells the following history. Elizabeth, the laughter of John, King of Denmark, Sweden and Norway, was married to Joachim the Elector of Brandenburg, and he left her at his death Queen O, the town of Spandau, at the confluence of the rivers Havel and Spree. While she was yet living in this tavern, a certain soldier came travelling through the province and was taken ill and had to go to bed, and he gave Lee's hostess a purse of money to keep for him. Some days later, when he had recovered, he asked for his purse. But the avaricious woman was loath to part with so much money and deliberated with her husband whether she must give it back, and they decided that she should deny having received it. Accordingly, when the Oldia again asked for it, she brazenly dollar-aid that she had never had it and that she wondered at his impudence in daring to ask for something which he had never given her to keep. Moved to indignation, the soldier in his turn accused the hostess of perfidy, and her husband, as if in defense of his wife, thrust the soldier out of the house. Enraged by the hostess's theft, he stood before the door and drew his sword as if to attack the host, and beat upon the door. The host asked for help from his neighbors, complaining that his house was being attacked, and the officers ran up and took the soldier off to prison for causing a public disturbance. After a few days, the mayor of the town sent a report of the case to another place, and asked that a sentence should be passed, upon which it was decided that the house had been publicly attacked and that therefore the soldier must be sentenced to death. When the day of his execution was at hand, the devil came to him in his prison and told him what sentence the judges would pass upon him, promising that he would free him from that danger on condition that he gave himself to the devil. The soldier firmly answered that he would rather die, although he was innocent. The devil with great eloquence exaggerated his danger, but when he could not influence the soldier's determination, he finally promised him his freedom without any condition, saying, "When you come into the court, say that you are unskilled in pleading and ask for an advocate, and I shall be there wearing a dark hat decorated with feathers. Ask then that I may be permitted to plead for you." Thinking that he might do this without sinning, the soldier said that he would follow this advice. Next day he was led into the court, where he saw a lawyer wearing a dark hat. The prosecutor demanded that the soldier should be put to death for causing a public disturbance, whereupon the soldier said that he was unfamiliar with legal procedure and asked that his advocate might speak for him. The judges consented, and then the devil discoursed learnedly on the law, saying that he ought not to be sentenced to death who was neither the origin nor real cause of the quarrel and disturbance, that the soldier had been turned out and robbed by the host, and he said that they would find the purse if they looked in a certain place. The host violently denied this with terrible cursing. Then the devil added, "Swear then that, if you did rob this man, the devil may seize you and carry you away." And when he had repeatedly sworn this, invoking the devil, that advocate left his learned pleading, suddenly went up to the host and, seizing him, took him away with a great noise through the window and over the market square to the terror of all, and the host's body was never afterwards found. 3 men were drinking together in a tavern and, being heated with wine, began discussing the immortality of the soul and the pains of hell. One, rasher than the rest, said that it was all nonsense and the invention of priests, and the others laughingly applauded him. Thereupon there came in a man of great stature but slightly built, who sat down and said, "What may you be discussing, and why are you all laughing?" The same bold fellow told him, and added that he would sell his soul cheap to any bidder, so that it were for money. "For how much," said the newcomer, "will you sell it to me?" They soon agreed upon a price, and the man's soul was bought and sold. They drank hard with the purchase money, and at last when it was night the buyer said, "It is time for each man to return to his own place. But do you tell me rightly, if a man buys a horse which is tied up with a halter, has he not the right to take away both horse and halter?" Saying this, he seized the trembling vendor of his own soul before their eyes, and raising him up in the air carried him off to hell to see that which he had refused to believe. For that was a dealer in souls, like the king of Sodom, who said, "Give me the souls, and you may have the rest." Again, Godelman says, a nobleman in Cilicia had invited some guests, and the time of the feast had come and everything was ready, when he was disappointed by all his guests excusing themselves. Angry at their failure to appear, he broke out into these words, "Then let all the devils come, if no man can eat with me." So saying, he went out and entered the church, where the priest was addressing his congregation, and listened to him for a while with the intention of calming his anger. But while he was in the church there came into the courtyard of his house some tall black horseman who told his servant to call his master and tell him that his guests had arrived. The servant went in terror to the church and told this to his master who, not knowing what to do, asked the priest's advice. The priest broke off his sermon and advised that all the household should leave the house. This was done, the servants, men and women, all hurrying out, but it happened that they forgot the baby and left it lying asleep in its cradle. The demons began to eat and shout and look through the windows in the form of bears, wolves, cats and men, holding up cups full of wine, and roast meats and fishes. When the neighbors and the priests and others saw this, the unhappy father cried, "Ah, where is my child?" When he had said this, one of the demons carried the child in his arms to the window as if to show it to its parents. The nobleman was then in the utmost anxiety for the child's safety, and asked a faithful servant of his, What, I entreat you, am I to do?" The servant said, "Master, I will commend and commit my life to my God, and in the name of the Lord will go in and see whether, with God's mercy and help, I can bring out your child." "Good," said the nobleman. "God be with you and help you and preserve your soul." After being blessed by the priest and the others, the servant went in fell on his knees before the door of the chamber where the demons were assembled, and commended himself to God, and in that mind opened the door. There he saw demons of horrible appearance sitting, standing, walking and creeping about, who all ran together towards him shouting, "Ha, ha! What are you doing here?" Sweating, but still trusting in God, he said to the demon who was carrying the child, "Give me that child." I answered, "By no means, for this child is now mine. Tell your master to come and take it." The servant replied, "I do my duty in that state of life in which God has placed me, and I know that whatever I do in duty is pleasing to God, therefore as in duty bound, and with the help of and in the name and might of Jesus Christ, I take the child from you and restore it to its parents." And he took the child in his arms. The demons made no answer but, "Ha, rascal! Ha, rascal! Leave the child, leave it, or else we will tear you to 100 pieces." But he took no notice of their devilish threats, and went out unharmed, and gave the child back safe to its noble father. After some days had passed, the demons vanished, and the nobleman was able to enter his house again with all his household. Again he writes, in Saxony a rich virgin had promised marriage to a handsome but poor young man. The man, fearing what would happen, told the girl that she was very wealthy and, like all her sex, changeable, and would hardly keep her promise. But the girl answered with the most solemn oaths, "If I marry any but you, then may the devil take me in that marriage." And what happened? After some time she changed her mind, married another man, spurning her former betrothed, although he again and again reminded her of her promise and her terrible oath. But she put all that behind her and, leaving him, celebrated her marriage with another. On the day of the wedding, when all her relations and friends and guests were gathered together, her conscience pricked her sorely and made her very sad. Then came 2 devils to the marriage house in the likeness of horsemen, and were welcomed and led to the table. Afterwards the tables were removed and they fell to dancing, and the bride danced with one of the horsemen to do honor to a stranger. He gave 2 leaps with her, and then in the sight of her parents and with her friends groaning and lamenting bore her up on high through the door. On the next day her wretched parents and friends looked for the bride to bury her, if they could find where she had fallen, but the same horseman came back with her clothes and jewels, saying, "Not over these things, but over the bride was power given to us by God." So she gave herself body and soul to the devil, because she had broken her promise, and had moreover despised the oath which she had sworn. Pietro Bizzari tells the following: in Swabia, which lies by Bavaria and Franconia, there was a very rich and wealthy nobleman named Richburger, whose yearly returns exceeded 30,000 gulden. Yet, because of his manner of acting, he was not popular with the people, for he was of an unspeakably miserly nature. His one aim was, by fair means or foul, to increase his wealth every day, and he tried to get everything into his own hands. Accordingly, when he foresaw the famine, which followed in the next year, he filled his barns with wheat and fruit and began to sell them at a great profit, so that the poor were compelled by his boundless avarice to buy their food from him, and they must either die of hunger or, if they wished to get food and nourishment, they were reduced to the utmost want and poverty, so dearly did he sell them corn and other necessaries. Among many others there came to him a certain poor man burdened with children, who offered him 6 talers, begging him to take the money and let him have a certain measure of wheat, and he would pay him the rest that he owed for it in a short time. But he looked proudly and angrily at him and told him to be gone at once and fetch the rest of the money if he wanted any corn, and so the poor wretch went away, bitterly cursing him. After a few days he sent one of his servants to inspect his granaries as usual, and was told by him that there were 3 black oxen eating his corn, and the servant who reported this took to his bed the next day and soon after died. The same thing happened to a gentleman whom the master had sent to see whether it was as he had been told, for he saw both oxen and horses. When he was told of this, the master determined to go himself to the place and, coming to the door of the granary, he saw through the chinks the whole place full of countless cattle of all sorts, which were eating all the corn. He was so terrified by this sight that he at once became stark mad and rushed away in a frenzy, committing many violent acts until he was caught and put in chains. This horrible event aroused great wonder in that province and especially in Ailin, where he had always been known as a most sober and prudent man. A priest named Epachius was overtaken by the judgment of God because he presumed to do that which he was not worthy to do. For when he should have been in the church keeping the vigil of the Nativity of Christ, he kept leaving the church and going into his house, where he drank lewdly of foaming cups of wine, so that many said they had seen him drinking that night till after cockcrow. But since he was of noble rank and there was not his superior in secular dignity in that town of Riom, he was asked to celebrate the solemnities of the Mass, and the wretch did not hesitate, although sodden with wine, to undertake that which no man, even after fasting, can approach without fear and searching of his conscience. But when he had pronounced the sacred words and had broken the sacrament of the Lord's body, and had himself taken it and distributed it to others to eat, he uttered a neigh like a horse and fell to the ground and vomited out the sacred mystery, which lie had not been able to chew with his teeth, and was carried from the church by his servants. And he never recovered from that epilepsy, but with the waxing and waning of each moon, so his malady increased and abated, for the unhappy man could by no means keep from drinking too much wine. Not long ago, after the people of Dorpat had embraced the Lutheran teaching, on the Saturday before Easter Sunday the Lulharans had concluded their meeting and the people were returning from the Holy Church of the Blessed Virgin Mother, when one of them met another who was his friend and asked him to come home and dine with him, for he had a fine fat Westphalian ham already. The other, not at all shocked, answered that he had a plump boiled chicken which he would bring as his contribution to the tea. They sat down to table, and one of them, eating a chicken bone rashly, nearly swallowed it, so that it could neither be extracted nor gulped down, and he was suffocated the same day. The other was seized by an evil spirit on the day after Easter, and soon afterwards, shaken by madness and fury, gasped out both his life and the demon. Peter of Cluny, Liber Miraculorum, 2, tells the following as a warning to heretics. A certain Count of Mason was sitting in his palace on the town's patronal festival with a large company of soldiers and others eyeing him, when suddenly a stranger on horseback entered the palace gate and, as they all looked on in wonder, rode right up to the Count. When he had come near him he said that he wished to speak to him, and not so much asked as commanded him to arise and follow him. Compelled by some unseen power and unable to resist, the Count arose and went to the palace door, where he found a horse ready for him. He was bidden to mount, and did so, whereupon the N.A.N. seized the reins and in the sight of all began to carry him swiftly up through the air. The whole town ran up at his loud crying and wretched lamenting to see this strange spectacle, and watched him flying through the air for as long as their eyes could follow him. They heard him for a long time crying out, "Help, citizens, help! But they could not help him, and he was taken from the sight of men and became, as he deserved, an eternal associate of the demons. So did this man expiate in this life and the next his despoiling of churches and his sacrileges. In a very old life of S. Calais we read of a woman named Gunda who was enticed by the subtle deceiver to mock the Holy Spirit. For she put on man's clothing and tried to enter the monastery of the saint, to test the truth of his prophecy that no woman would ever be able to enter there. But, by the just judgment of God, before she even came in sight of the closed approach to the cloisters, she was seized by the devil and driven back, and was so shamefully tormented by him that I blush to speak of it. For he thrust her head between her thighs, so that she who had tried to imprint a false kiss upon the holy threshold was forced to kiss the filthy parts of her own body, and she had to exhibit openly to all who wished to see it that sex which she had tried to conceal beneath a man's clothing. The result of this was that no woman thereafter dared to approach the monastery. Chapter 10. The laws observed by witches in causing and in curing sickness. Argument. Even as witches always see their way clearly to any evil, so they find many difficulties and obstacles when they would do good or heal. For what time witches would bring disease or death, everything is ready, everything at hand for them, all kinds of poison, curses, spells, and enchantments. With all these the devil is prompt, and with the witch's consent always undertakes the work of doing harm. This he does to earn their gratitude by gaining them the vengeance they have so ardently desired, and he is able to provide means which, it seems, no human art or skill can combat. At the same time it is in his power to keep the witch clear of all suspicion, when he acts in their absence without their stirring even a finger to help him. But when it is a question of restoring health or saving life, then there are never wanting opposing forces to combat such an intention. Examples. Rosa Girardin gave it as the truth that a sickness could not be removed except by the person who had caused it, for no one might thrust his sickle in another's harvest, according to the law which provides that he who binds must also unbind. And therefore we must fear injury and look for help from the same hand. Dominique Uria said that no one who had been bewitched could be restored to health unless his sickness were even more grievously transferred to another, and that the sickness always grew in these exchanged. Also the healing power received from the demon always vanished when a priest or a physician laid his hands on the sick to heal him. Alexei Drygi said that such restorations to health were never absolute and complete, but that there always remained some trace of the sickness. Catherine Balendre used to say that it was useless to look for any alleviation or cure of a sickness from those who had been brought to trial for witchcraft, for all such power had then passed into the hands of the devil, who is able to perform all such things. Nicolas Morel agreed with this statement. For when he was asked, in prison, to heal the son of Jean Chamat, whom he admitted that he had bewitched with the sickness from which he was suffering, he answered that he had no more power in such matters since, by confessing his crimes, he had driven the devil away from him. And the sanctity of his place of imprisonment also prevented him from such work. And not even to expiate his crimes could he work those spells which were necessary to heal the boy. When Katina Gelot was asked why it was that she had not healed Canas Godefreda of the disease which she had brought upon her by witchcraft, although she had more than once given her to eat apples and plums and other such fruit by means of which she was in the habit of curing others, she answered that it was because that Godefreda had not prayed to be healed. Baliel Basel and Colette the fisher's wife mentioned another kind of obstacle. For they said that when they were trying to effect a cure, and some other person, without informing or consulting them, meddled in the matter by making and fulfilling a vow to one of the saints, then they were prevented by this contempt of their art from doing anything more to heal the sick man. And no doubt they essayed a cure, because such wretches desire above all things the alms and thanks of sick folk, since they are beggars and live entirely on such charity. When the father of Nicole Morel was charged with witchcraft and was pleading in his own defense, he said that which involved his daughter in suspicion of the same crime, and so the apparitor who was then present persuaded the judge to order her arrest. While Nicole Morel was yet at liberty, a demon warned her of this and urged her to be revenged by bringing some harm upon the apparitor, and that he would gladly undertake such work if she bade him. She quickly assented, and he flew to the apparitor's house, where he found his wife sitting by the fire giving the breast to her baby. He passed by and blew upon her breasts so poisonous a powder that they at once became dried up and empty of milk. The apparitor soon suspected the cause of this, and went to Nicole Morel, who was now in prison. And offering her a cake to appease her, begged her not to begrudge him any help she could give in the matter, and in his turn he would take care that she had everything to make her life easier while she was in prison. He then left her, wondering what she would do in the matter. The demon at once appeared to her and scolded her for speaking with the apparitor, but Atiazi allowed himself to be persuaded to fill the breasts of the man's wife again with milk, even to superfluity if she wished. And soon after he accomplished this by applying a white powder to her. Catherine Arcria had primarily been discharged on her own recognizances, but was again brought to trial by reason of fresh suspicion against her and because of the eloquent mandate of His Most Serene Highness the Prince of Lorraine, who had been advised of the whole matter. Before she was re-imprisoned, she had smitten with her evil art the arm of one of the witnesses against her so that it became withered, and now she seized this man's arm roughly as if she was angry. And to the astonishment of all we were present, it was at once restored to health, so that whereas it had been for many months useless and without strength, it at once became vigorous and fit and able to perform all its former work. Chapter 11. Witches use something of religion when in healing sickness. Argument. Most cunningly does Satan, that master of perversity, mask his magic under the appearance of religion. And this he does, both that he may the more easily lead into superstitious error those who are naturally disposed to that cult, and that, by himself working miraculous cures, he may avert suspicion from his followers so that it shall not be thought that he who has removed the sickness was the original sin of it. This we shall later make clear. For witches observe various silences, measurings, vigils, mutterings, figures and fires as if they were some expiatory religious rite, and worse still, they transfer the sickness to certain pious men, alleging that it is a punishment for having dishonored their duty. Most intolerable of all, they often mingle with their prayers all sorts of filth and dung and excrement, than which nothing can be imagined more foreign to the purity which is proper to divine worship and ceremonies. The following are examples of this sort. Examples. Within the last 15 years there was at Nancy a woman named the Knot who was a witch. Once when she was asked to heal a sick neighbor, for she was supposed to have such power, she said that the sickness had been caused by Saint Fiacre, who must therefore be placated with gifts at his shrine, and that, if they bade her, she would gladly undertake the matter. She was induced by payment to attempt this work. First she measured the sick woman crosswise with a waxed linen cloth, then folded the cloth so many times and placed it in her bosom as though to cherish it. Then for the whole of the following night she lay outside the doors of the house in which the sick woman was, and at dawn went her way in utter silence. When she came to the shrine of St. Fiacre she went in and lit the linen cloth, and with the burning drops of wax traced a cross on the steps of the high altar, and then went out and walked 3 times round the chapel, with the cloth still spluttering blue flames. When she had done all this, she went back to the city. A peasant of the Vosges named Desire Finance had cherished a long grudge against a fellow townsman named Valentine Vallier and longed to be thoroughly revenged upon him, but had not found any safe or favorable chance of doing so. But this chance came when Valentine was traveling alone in a solitary place, and a figure like a shadow seized him and hurled him from his horse with such violence that he was lamed in one leg. But some time later he had pity on the man, since he had suffered his misfortune for so long, and went to him as if upon some other business. Then he asked him how he came by that accident, and was told at great length the cause, which he himself knew much better, and finally he promised a sure and immediate cure, if he would do as he told him, and that he would take no payment for it. The other anxiously waited to hear what he most do, and Desire told him to go and beg the horse dung from 9 different stables, enough to fill a sack, and to limp with it and take it as a gift to S. Benedict, to whom there was a famous shrine in the German town of Bergel, for thus, he said, he would by some secret virtue and power be freed from his affliction and grow strong again. See how it is the custom of witches to cover their cures thus with the cloak of religion, when they have nothing to do with religion, but rather despise and mock at it. Chapter 12. Threatening or beating witches is the best method of removing the spells cast by them. Argument. Nearly all witches who have been questioned on the matter have confessed that the greater their fear, the greater their boldness in doing evil, and that threats and the fear of prison very often cause them to remove their spells. In this connection there are many points worthy of note. First, however holy or sacred the reason may be, it does not deprive witches of either the will or the power to do mischief, unless God in his great goodness forbids and turns aside such evil. This is proven by the case of a man who used the aspergillum during the divine office to sprinkle and fatally injure a woman whom he could find no other way to harm, and we often find lying about the shrines of the saints broken fragments of thunderbolts which are believed to have been wielded and hurled by some demon. For in no place are the demons more fain to work their abominations than where they can disguise them under the aspect of some omen of blessing. Aulus Gellius * 9:4, and Pliny 7:2 say that it is no rare thing to find those who, by blessing and extravagantly praising them, have bewitched and destroyed trees, crops and even men. Secondly, the benefit, if it may rightly be called so, conferred by demons is never lasting, full or complete, but he who has received it must soon suffer alike, or even a heavier injury and incapacity. For hardly ever do they drive a sickness from one man without transferring it to some other man, so that often they give a man health at the expense of another's death. S. Gregory of Tours in his Historia Francorum 6:35 writes that this was done by some witches of Paris who, after they had by their black arts stricken the prefect Mummel with a mortal sickness, could not restore him to health otherwise than by previously killing, with his consent. The son of King Chilperic, a child scarcely 2 years old, whom his father was rearing to succeed to the kingdom. The annals of that time are filled with accounts of such inequitable bargains cunningly driven by men of old time who were infected with the sin of demons. For when a huge chasm appeared through the subsidence of the earth in the middle of the Roman Forum *, it was said that it would never again be filled unless some youth of the greatest promise cast himself into it. In this can easily be seen the great difference between the fatherly kindness of God and the tyrannical cruelty and savagery of the devil, for God calls man through adversity to heaven, whereas the devil turns and draws man to eternal death through prosperity, if such a man may be said ever to prosper. Thirdly, with the utmost mockery and derision witches, when they heal, imitate and copy the method used by Elisha and S. Paul and Elijah, and many holy fathers, when they brought the dead to life, stretching themselves limb for limb upon the bodies of the dead. Fourthly, there is no curative virtue in any of the external remedies used by witches for the sicknesses they have caused, such as herbs, unguents, baths and such things, but these are merely a cover for their witchcraft which, through fear of the severity of the law, they dare not show openly. Fifthly, so tenacious is the demon's hold that he does not easily let go when once he is gripped. Therefore when, at the prayer of his follower, he has sent a sickness, it is on the understanding either that the sickness shall never for any prayers be cured or assuaged, or that it shall be commuted for a graver sickness in another man. Thus the demon provides that in any event he is always the gainer. Examples. Claude Morel said that the greatest compulsion he felt to remove the evil spells which he had cast was due to his fear of prison, the lash, or any violence. On this point Remy, 3:3, writes as follows. I was speaking of this matter with one of the ministers of His Most Serene Highness the Duke of Lorraine, who told me in good faith that at one time he had been informed that his infant son had suddenly fallen ill, and that it was thought that he had been bewitched by a certain old woman. He first made inquiries from the nurse who had been holding the child when he was taken ill, and then formed an accurate estimate of the nature of the sickness, whether or not it was of the sort which naturally overtakes children of that age. He decided that without doubt it could only be due to magic and witchcraft, and after pondering over this conviction, could not come to any other conclusion save that his son had been bewitched by that old beldam. Accordingly he ordered her to be summoned, and when she was alone with him in the house he at first appealed to her kindly, if she knew of any cure for the sickness, that she would freely use it, and he would not be grateful. But when he saw her begin to be very voluble in averting any suspicion of witchcraft from herself, and obstinately refusing to listen to his entreaties that she would find a cure, he took a rope which he had ready for the purpose and so beat her on the shoulders and flanks that she said she was ready to do what he asked, only she required a little time to prepare what was necessary for the work. This was granted her and she was given all the opportunity she desired for ministering to the sick child, and soon afterwards she restored him to health by the application of certain matters which were not themselves of any medicinal value, but were used as a cloak for her witchcraft. Remy in the same place tells the following, which is similar. My friend Antoine Blaisdem, the public treasurer of Dammartin and that district, once told me that the same thing had happened to a son of his. For he said that, as children will, the boy had wandered from his mother to play while they were in church, and an old woman came and stroked his head as if to pet him, and after blessing him went out as if she were hastening off somewhere. The boy then hung down his head and, hardly able to stand up, clearly showed by his pitiable crying that he was sick. So he was carried home and, when the sickness grew worse every hour, all who heard what had passed were convinced that it had been caused by that old woman, who was already strongly suspected of being a witch. She was therefore seized by some neighbors and brought to remove the spell, and as soon as she was in the child's presence she began to suffer the same kind of affliction as the little lad was suffering, for her face grew livid and she foamed at the mouth, causing great terror to those who saw her and thought that she had become raging mad. When the night came, she spent it in the same bed as the child, at times lying upon him with arms outstretched, and her mouth upon his mouth as if she were trying to restore his failing life with her warmth and her breath. From the talk of the women who were watching it was learned that a buzzing, such as is made by the gadfly in summer, was heard at times about the boy, and that they ceased to see the fragment of the gospel which was stitched to his pillow as a godly charm, though they coolly not tell whether it had been taken away by the witch or her demon. But the truth was that the boy who, the day before, was thought to be sick to death was found at the dawn to be well and strong. Yet this was no advantage to my friend, for it was not long before he had to repay it with interest when he lost through witchcraft the greatest part of his cattle which was stabled there. At Dam Martin, December 1587, Nicole Stephanie of St. Paul was induced by a reward to purge the castle from the plague which was afflicting it, since she had a reputat on for skill in such matters. She performed this task with great care, but after a sufficient period to prevent any fear of further contagion, and when she had been paid her reward and was allowed to depart. She was angry at being dismissed earlier than she expected and at the thought of losing good rich living she had been enjoying, and thought that she could provide an excuse for delaying her departure by casting some spell of sickness on the chatelain's wife, who had been very prompt and eager to dismiss her. So without any hesitation she decided to afflict that lady with a disease, so that she might again be asked for her services in removing it. Accordingly she at once went and stood at her bedroom door and said, "My lad, the folds of your stomacher are disarranged, let me put them a little in order." And when she was admitted to do this service, she cunningly contrived to shake down the lady's back some grains of a poison powder which 5 he had concealed in her hand, and at once the lady was attacked with a trembling in all her limbs, such as is suffered at the height of a sharp fever. If for long she began to feel such pain in her feet that they were horribly curled up so that the toes were twisted round to the heels. All this was seen and noted by the servants, and the woman was seized and kept under observation, and finally put in fear of the lash, and threatened that they would not let her go until she removed the spell from their mistress and restored her to her former health. For their suspicion of witchcraft had been increased by the fact that she had been heard to say that any skill she had in preventing or averting the plague was derived from a certain Matthew Amant, who not long since had been condemned to death for witchcraft. And that to pay for her initiation she had let him swive her and had been made pregnant by him. At first she cried aloud that they were wronging her cruelly in repaying her thus vilely for her services to them, and threw out threats of hanging herself. But when they none the less seemed to persist in their opinion, and she saw she could do no good in that way, she changed her tactics and began to ask, if she must needs find some cure for the lady, that they would wait while she tried to call to mind whether she had ever heard tell of a remedy for such a sickness. Soon afterwards she came back and said that she had found a remedy in which they could put their hope and faith, for she knew a herb which when rubbed into the bath would infallibly cure that sickness, and she begged them not to take it ill if the cure were not instantaneous, since it was not so easy a sickness to cure. Meanwhile when her son, who was with her, saw his mother thus seized, he feared the same fate for himself since he knew that he was implicated with her. So at dead of night he let himself down by a rope from the battlements. But he was caught the next day and brought back bound, and bidden to confess why he had escaped so secretly, whereupon he explained everything as we have told it, adding that he was entirely responsible for causing his mother to look for an excuse to postpone her departure, and that all those fomentations which she was so meticulously applying to the sick lady had no remedial value, being no more than a pretext to give the impression that the cure was wrought by the appropriate natural remedies. For, he said, she had already begun a secret antidote as soon as they first threatened to beat her, but there could be no shortening of the time which was set at the beginning for the duration of the sickness. Let them, then, wait until the day of the week and the hour had twice recurred, for that was the time set for the spell, and after that their mistress would surely recover her health, being at least freed from all pain although her limbs would still remain weak. In the hope he thus gave he was in no respect found to be wrong, for at the very moment of the day he had foretold the sickness was assuaged. But on the following night it returned in an acuter form. For, as was discovered afterwards, the witch had repented of undertaking the cure, on the ground that she had been induced to do so in order to provide convincing and indubitable evidence of witchcraft against herself. For, as I have shown above, it is one of their laws that a spell can hardly be removed or assuaged except by that which who has cast it. This was the reason then why the spell was renewed and re-inflicted by the woman. The next day when complaint was made to the son of the failure of his prediction, he cursed much under his breath and would only say that they should lash his mother as cruelly as possible, for that was the only remedy against her treacheries. So she was again seized, and 2 lusty peasants went on lashing her with vine birches, kicking her, beating her and shaking her, and finally dragged her to the fire, until she gave her promise to heal their mistress that very day and hour. This she fulfilled, giving her to eat an apple which she had first drugged in the sight of many with a whitish powder. So she was at last allowed to go, as she had been promised, and fell into the hands of the officers of justice waiting at the castle gate. For the judge, having inquired carefully into her life and manners, had ordered them to seize her and put her in chains, and forthwith she confessed everything as it had happened, and was finally burned together with her son. Stephan Noche of the district of Châtenois was for 3 years continually sick and in such pain that he was little short of madness, and despairing of all the usual remedies tried by the physicians, he finally turned to sorcery for his cure. There was at that time at Crafenvillas a man preeminently famous for witchcraft, and to him he went and told all his story, and was informed that his sickness had been brought upon him by that woman whom on his return home he would find talking with his wife. The warlock made a chain from some pliant twigs, and told him to throw it round her neck as soon as he came to her, and to threaten her fiercely that he would quickly kill her unless she at once restored his failing health. He went home and saw sitting with his wife by the hearth an old woman named Parisette of Neuvles, and as he had been advised he frightened her as much as he could both by word and deed. She at once fell and embraced his knees and asked forgiveness, and promised that he should be healed of all his sickness if he would do as she told him. First, he must not hesitate to eat a pear which she would give him, for though at first it would appear as hard as a stone, it was not really so, for when he rubbed it it would become as soft as if it had been well cooked. Then, he must at once lie down in bed, for his sickness would then grow worse, even to the point of death. On that account he must summon 2 chosen women from the neighborhood to keep watch over him that night. By the presence of these women this vilest of witches cunningly prepared a defense for herself if it should ever be objected that black art had been employed, since such a long and severe illness had been cured so easily and quietly, for she would not expose any of her methods to open view. Noche said he would agree to any conditions so long as he was freed from his great pain. But when he took the pear, he at first said that it was impossible to bite it, since it was plainly made of iron, but while he was saying this, and squeezing it a little, he was surprised to feel it become as soft as wool. When he had eaten it, and it was most unpleasant in taste, he at once felt such burning pains in his stomach that live coals could hardly have been hotter. He went to bed at once, and was like a man at the point of death. His trembling wife watched over him that night together with the 2 other women. She was indeed by her own affection for her husband induced to sit up with them, and her countenance was already full of grief and woe, so that he might see his wife's real tears instead of the forced ones of strangers. They had kept careful watch up to midnight, when the witch secretly sprinkled them with her Lethean powder, like another mercury, and put them to a deep sleep. She then took the sick man on her shoulders and carried him into the next courtyard, where she placed him upon an immense bear, which carried him backwards and forwards many times, groaning all the time as if the weight were too much for it. But this was the take of the demon grieving that, against his will, he was compelled to give her help in curing the man. The witch cried out more and more against the demon's tardiness, and kept urging him to proceed with his work, saying, "Come, Then, you vile and odious beast, now you are getting your deserts, you who first drove me against my will to afflict this man." The terrified rider of the beast afterwards testified on oath that he had heard bin words. Meanwhile the women who were watching by the bed awoke and, finding it empty, made a hasty search throughout the house for the man in their care, and when at last they found him alone with the witch in the courtyard, they asked him why he had gone from them without their knowledge, thus naked and unattended. The witch made it her business to answer them first, saying, "Do you not see that I brought him here that he might go up the stool?" But they did not wait to bandy words with her, turning their whole attention to lifting the man and carrying him as quickly as possible back to bed. But while they all with the greatest effort could scarcely accomplish this, the witch easily did it by herself. In fulfillment of the witch's promise, Noach, after what we have just described, was eased of his sickness. But there still remained no small degree of pain, and the reason for this was that the inopportune arrival of the other woman had prevented her from a successful conclusion of the work she had begun well. She said, however, that there must be a delay of 8 days, after which he would regain his health without any hindrance, and so it happened. Being manifestly guilty of this and other crimes, she was at length put in prison, but she broke her bounds in the very court of justice, and escaped. Chapter 13. After the many blasphemies committed by witches, the demon at last tries to induce them to kill themselves with their own hands. Argument. All who have given themselves to the devil and have been in bondage to his power confess that he keeps them in such a harsh and unjust slavery that he often puts it into their minds to take their own life, by stabbing, hanging, hurling themselves to the ground, or drowning, so that they may shake off the devil's cruel yoke. And when they make such attempts, they are followed by such sudden and instantaneous death that no help, however promptly brought, can be of any avail. It is certain that the devil so insistently urges and goads them to this desperate course, so that, after having spent nearly their whole lives in wickedness and crime, witches may with their own hands cut off what little remains to them, and finally end their abominable lives in an eternal death. Thus the devil contrives that they whose lives were one continual crime shall in death suffer eternal punishment. For death, which men commonly term the end of life and all its misfortunes, is for these poor wretches but a beginning of misery. But the divine shepherd in his unspeakable mercy and loving kindness again and again recalls to the fold his sheep that have been carried away by the wolf, and again he feeds them in the celestial pastures, and so when witches have been cast into prison and have confessed their sins, not grudgingly and under the stress of torture, but willingly and with penitential joy, it may well be said that they obtain the opportunity to avert so great and eternal a calamity from themselves at the small expense of their most wretched lives. For the bow does not always strike where it aims, neither is it always in Satan's power to drive men where he will by his violence. He is permitted to tempt men, but not to coerce them. For this reason it is that he does not himself cast despairing souls against their wills into the waters, or hang them by a rope from a beam, or stab them with knives, but he only lures them to commit such madness. But all his wiles are often thwarted by God, who pities the folly of men and in his wisdom protects them, now in this way and now in that, as will be seen from the examples. Examples. Remy says, 3:6, that he saw the body of a malefactor named Sedonarius hanging by the neck from a nail insecurely fixed in the wall, by means of a flimsy and rotten strip of underclothing, with his knees drawn up just clear of the floor. And in this way he had killed himself just as easily as if he had been hanged from a high beam with a short rope, and a skillful executioner had performed the operation. And nearly all such who kill themselves die just as quickly and easily. I was at Hambach in Lower Germany in the boundaries of Flanders during the reign of the Serene Duke John William, of the Duches of Cleves and Jelic, being there for the purpose of curing that same duke, who was bewitched. A 90-year-old sorcerer priest was sunk Ned, named John, who had a cure of souls at a town named Lorch in the Archdiocese of Cologne, for, according to his own confession, he had by witchcraft made the duke mad, fearful and panic-stricken. 3 days before he was summoned by the duke, there reappeared to him in his house at Lorch a demon, who told him that the duke would shortly send to him, but warned him on no account to go, since he saw danger in it. To him I sorcerer answered, "What is tha to you? I shall go where I wish." Hearing this, the demon said no more but, as the witch himself told, pulled down his breeches, for he had taken the form of a nobleman with an attendant servant, and, turning his bum to him, let fly a fart of such an intolerable stink that the sorcerer could not be rid of that stench for 3 days, although he fumigated the house with incense and other rare perfumes. This 90-year-old sorcerer came to the duke and, being questioned, confessed that he had bewitched him, and that at that time he had invoked Lucifer, the prince of the devils, to inscribe those characters which comprised the spell. Afterwards, as he was sleeping in a tower in a state of despair because he was to be burned for the crime which he had confessed, a demon appeared to him and tempted him so late on Sunday morning, that the 25th of September of the year 1605 now past. He cut his own throat with his knife, and although the wound was not serious enough to cause instant death, yet the demon, in that very act of desperation, seized violently onto his soul and carried it to hell, to the great astonishment of all. I saw the man dead, and still warm, lying on the straw, and as he had led the life of a beast, so he lay upon the provender of beasts. For so did divine justice dispose, which rewards every man according to his works, and God willed that he, who had for 90 years lived a full lower of Satan, should also end his life at the hands of Satan. Jeanette Gowley gave a very complete proof of one of my contentions. For she begged and entreated the magistrate who examined her not to delay her well-merited punishment any further, for she was well content to undergo it in order that she might the sooner expiate the terrible crimes which she confessed she had committed against God. From the moment when she confessed her crimes to the judge, Nicole Morel did not cease to proclaim her happiness in thus being able first to make her peace with God and free herself from all her bondage to the devil. For she said that such had ever been her wish for 3 years, but she had been unable to accomplish it, or even to attempt it, because that enemy was so tenacious of his prey. Catherine Latomia of Marques did not deny that for her horrible sins she deserved the extreme penalty and the utmost severity of her judge, but she asked that, if there was left her any room for mercy, she might be granted one request, namely, that her death should be no longer deferred, so that she might stand as soon as possible before the tribunal of that judge in whom all her hope was placed, since her soul was very heavily laden. Idatea of Myamont implored her judge to sentence her to death as soon as possible, for she said that even if she were loosed from her bonds she would never be free to mend her ways and bring forth better fruit, because she had pledged her faith to the devil, as to an inexorable creditor, and could not escape her obligations to him as long as she lived. Apollonie of Freising said that nothing could be more welcome to her than death, by which she could at last put an end to her most wicked life, for as long as she lived she would be unable to abstain from sin and witchcraft, since her demon was so assidu o user persuader, and she could only by death free herself from his domination. On the next day therefore she was the first of all to find a term to her unhappiness, and to open and lay bare her life to her heavenly Father. Antonia Mercatrix said that she desired nothing so much as to die placed on the fire as quickly as Pos Cybele, since she knew that she had long justly deserved such a fate. Because of his patricide and many foulest mischiefs wrought by witchcraft, the two supreme justiciars of Nancy passed a very heavy sentence upon Desire Finance of the neighbourhood of Châtenois, namely, that he should be punished by being torn with red-hot pincers and then be cast alive onto the fire. Whether he was informed of this by his demon, as it has been and will be shown that it has happened to many, or whether his own consciousness of his horrible guilt foretold it, he determined to die at once by his own hand and so escape that punishment. So he took a knife which his gaoler had carelessly left in the bin with the bread, and thrust it as far as he could into his throat, and so died. In the same year there were in Lorraine more than 15 who thus killed themselves to escape public execution. But, lest my readers' minds be filled with horror, there is enough of this. Let us turn to matters which had a more fortunate outcome. Jeanne de Ban by her free confesse scion gave evidence that her demon had never persuaded her so importunately to anything as he had that she should throw herself into a well or drown herself in a river, or hang herself with a rope, or destroy herself in some way or other. And that it was impossible to say how insistent he had been when he knew that she was about to be made a prisoner, just as if he saw a morsel being snatched from his jaws, and even after her imprisonment he had not relaxed his efforts, but had rather redoubled them and the more insistently tried to bring his wishes to accomplishment. And when she excused herself by saying that there was no means of killing herself in prison, he showed her in an obscure corner of the prison a neglected chain which she could, if she wished, put round her neck, and so strangle herself. In the end she had consented, but she was prevented from achieving her purpose by the fact that there was nothing from which to hang the chain. In the same way he tried to persuade Anna Dryg. For he represented to her the horrible torture of the flames in which she was to die, the disgrace of being made a public example, and the infamy she would incur in the eyes of all, and so easily persuaded her to prevent all this by killing herself. But her desire, natural to all of us, to escape present misfortune was combated by the thought that she would certainly lose her soul's safety, and that is a thing feared by even the most abandoned. Therefore her mind was drawn to a contrary decision, and she firmly rejected the demon's advice that she should throw herself out of the prison window, which gave onto a precipice. When he could by no argument bring Desire Garadu to commit this crime, the demon added as a further inducement that, if he killed himself, he would come to be a demon like himself, who would have power to fulfill all his wishes. But not even this promise could make him budge from his determination. For he had so often before been deceived by the wiles of the familiar that he suspected all such advice, holding it certain that the demon would keep no better faith with him in the future. For it belongs to the devil only to persuade, not to compel, as it is said in S. Matthew 4, If thou art the Son of God, cast thyself down. Chapter 14. Upon those who have once fallen into his power the devil keeps a tenacious grip, even when they stand tortured before their judges, or in holy places, or wherever they may be. Argument. Once the devil has acquired power over a man he obstinately guards and retains it, so that he does not lose his hold of, or deny his help to. His bondslave even when such a one stands bound before the judge, just as a strenuous pugilist does not slacken or relax his efforts so long as his strength endures and he is able to fight. And the demon lever leaves those who have once followed him until they are snatched from him as a lamb from a wolf. And when he foresees such an event, he often drives them by base counsel to take their own lives by hanging themselves, or else he actually kills them by twisting their necks, beating them, or, unless God prevents him, persuade them some other way to death, as we have elsewhere shown in our examples. Or if even this is forbidden he contrives, if he can, to do some horrible thing so that he shall go away without leaving mischief and misfortune. And although this is so evident as to be apparent to any who have leisure to consider the matter, it will not be tedious to describe certain happenings which may help us to understand better the wiles of our enemy. There is, moreover, no place so sacred or religious but that bold and intrepid old enemy will try to violate and break into it when he is pursuing his prey. He roams about churches, shrines, the cells of anchorites, and frequently and assiduously haunts them, and this should not seem wonderful to anyone, when it is remembered that formerly he dared to be present when the sons of God gathered before God, as we learn from Job I. And wherever he may be, he shows himself visible to those whom he wishes, while the rest are able to discern nothing, as will be seen from the examples. Examples. As soon as Quirina Zalia was cast in prison, a demon came and told her that she would not come out from there except after having endured the most excruciating torture, but if she would only bear in silence a short period of pain, she would certainly be free afterwards, and meanwhile he would not fail her at her need. And, as he had foretold, so it happened before long. For while she was being tortured and was in supreme anguish, he hid himself in her hairnet and did not cease to encourage her and to promise that the torture was just coming to an end. And if it so happened that the examiner signed to them to relax the torture a little, he would foresee this and tell the wretched woman that it was going to happen, just as if he was the cause of it. But when there was no end to her pain and it became more than could be borne by the most hardened, she broke into these words, "Take me away, for that deceiver of mine has given me enough of his words. See, I am ready to confess the truth." And so when she was free from the devil, whom she was bidden to abjure in a solemn declaration, she told the whole in order from that day when she had given herself to the devil. In the same year and at the same place Anna Zalia told a similar story in nearly the same words. But she said that her devil had hidden himself, not in her hair, but at the back of her throat while she was being tortured, doubtless that he might more easily prevent her from speaking if by chance she felt impelled, through inability to bear the pain, to confess the truth. And in the opinion of those who were present this was no deception, for they saw her throat swell to a great size until it became level with her chin and so livid and discolored that they could easily believe there was some large object strangling her. Among many other women condemned to the fire for witchcraft, whose names I do not now remember. When Claude Simonet and her son were led into prison, it was observed that a demon in the form of a fly * buzzed round their temples and repeatedly warned them not to lay their crimes bare by confession even under stress of the direst torture, for if they confessed, it was most certain that they would be condemned to the most terrible death, whereas if they held their tongues they would shortly escape safe and unharmed. Frangois Fellet said that a demon had impressed upon her a similar need of keeping silent, and moreover that her ears were so deaf to the judge's words when he first questioned her that she heard no more than if he had not spoken at all, but that when this spell was at length overcome and the truth had been wrung from her by torture, the demon had not ceased from that time to threaten her with death, and for that reason she begged that they would not leave her alone, especially at night, when she had the greatest fear of being attacked by him. At the same place, in the year 1587, François Fellet, who had twice escaped a capital sentence by concealing the truth and resisting the torture, was a third time accused, and was convicted and, after a full confession, paid a belated but heavy penalty for his crimes. There have not been lacking others who have endured the stress of their questioning without confessing, and when they were on the point of being discharged have at last discovered the crimes about which they had so long kept silence. This is exemplified by the case of Marguerite Valtrin, who endured the executioner's fiercest tortures for a whole hour without admitting anything against herself, but when at length she was to be discharged she asked that the judge should be summoned. And first having asked pardon of him for her obstinacy which was due to the lying promises of the demon, she then unburdened herself by a confession of every sort of wickedness. Not unworthy of being recorded is what happened in the same year to Alexia Bellor, to the utter amazement of all who were present, when she wished to behave in the same way. For when she had in like fashion prepared herself for a free confession, and had in the manner of Christians prefaced with the Lord's Prayer, she rushed backwards against the wall behind her with such violence that many were of opinion that she should be carried away as a dead woman. But after a little she came to herself and, being asked what had caused her mishap, said, "Do you not see the executioner lying under the bed, who just now seized me by the throat and nearly strangled me? See how he threatens me and does all he can to prevent me from saying a word about him. That is not the first time he has tried to keep me from telling the truth, for while I was being tortured he stood by my left ear as big as a thumb, and busily warned me to hold my tongue and not allow myself to be overpowered by a short period of not too violent pain." Remy writes as follows of a case which he witnessed with his own eyes. There was a witch commonly called Asinaria, from her husband the ass, driver, whom I was confounding with the evidence that had Owen given against her, so that she had no room left for evasion. Accordingly she was preparing herself to make a full confession, when she suddenly changed colour and fixed her eyes in horror upon a corner at the tack of the prison, and began to lose all power of speech or thought. I asked her what it was that so suddenly ailed her, and she answered that she saw at the top of that corner her little master * threatening her with hand, forked and jagged like a crab's claws, and that he seemed about to fly at her. I looked there, and she continued to point her finger in that direction, but I could see nothing. I then told her to be of good courage, and with every confidence spoke a great deal in contempt of that little master, and at last she recovered from her fear and was starting to tell her story. But before she had begun she saw him again in a monstrous guise starting out from another corner. He had completely changed his appearance, just as if he had been a play actor on the stage, for huge horns were sprouting from his head, and he seemed on the very point of rushing violently upon her. But when he was again reviled and loaded with derision he departed, and was never again seen by her, as she frankly declared when she was on her way to the stake. Elsewhere there have been told, and will be told, examples of how the demons enter sacred buildings and cloisters. Chapter 15. A summary in a few words of all the crimes of witches. Sebastian Michaelis in his Pneumology gives an example of a sentence passed at Avignon in 1582, as comprising in a little space the most execrable and abominable of the crimes of witches and sorcerers. The extract is as follows: We N. Having considered the charge wherewith you stand charged and accused before us, and having examined both the statements of yourselves and your associates, and your own confessions made to us according to lawful requirements and often repeated upon oath, as well as the depositions and charges of the witnesses and the other legitimate proofs, basing our judgment on that which has been said and done during this process, we are fully and lawfully agreed that you and your associates have denied God the Creator of us all and the most Holy Trinity our Maker, and that you have worshipped the devil, that ancient and implacable enemy of the human race. You have vowed yourselves to him forever, and have renounced your most holy baptism and your sponsors therein, together with your part in paradise and the eternal heritage which our Lord Jesus Christ bought for you and the whole race of men by his death. All these you did deny before the said cacodemon in the form of a man, and that blatant devil did baptize you anew with water, and you did change the names given to you at the holy font, and so took and received another false name in the guise of baptism. And as a pledge of your fealty sworn to the devil you gave to him a fragment, an article of your clothing, and that the author of lies should have a care to delete and obliterate you from the book of life. You did at his direction and command with your own hands write your names in the black book. There prepared the roll of the wicked condemned to eternal death, and that he might bind you with stouter bonds to so greater perfidy and impiety, he branded each of you with his mark as belonging to him. And you did swear homage and obedience to his behests upon a circle, the symbol of divinity, traced upon the earth, which is God's footstool, and each of you bound herself to tread underfoot the image of the Lord and the cross, and in obedience to Satan. With the help of a staff smeared with some abominable unguent given to you by the devil himself and placed between your legs, you were enabled to fly through the air at dead of night to the place ordained, at an hour fit for vilest criminals. And on stated days you were so carried and transported by the tempter himself, and there in the common synagogue of witches, sorcerers, heretics, conjurers and devil-worshippers, you did kindle a foul fire, and after many rejoicings, dancings, eating and drinking, and lewd games in honor of your president Beelzebub, the prince of devils, in the shape and appearance of a deformed and hideous black goat, you did worship him in deed and word as very God, and did approach him on bended knees as suppliants, and offered him lighted candles of pitch, and fie, for very shame. With the greatest reverence you did kiss with sacrilegious mouth his most foul and beastly posterior, and did call upon him under the name of the true God and invoke his help, and did beg him to avenge you upon all who had offended you or denied your requests, and, taught by him, you did wreak your spite in spells and charms against both men and beasts, and did murder many newborn children, and with the help of that old serpent Satan you did afflict mankind with curses, loss of milk, the wasting sickness, and other most grave diseases. And your own children, many of them with your own knowledge and consent, you did with those magic spells suffocate, pierce, and kill, and finally you dug them up secretly by night from the cemetery, where they were buried. And so carried them to the aforesaid synagogue and college of witches, there you did offer them to the prince of devils sitting upon his throne, and did draw off their fat to be kept for your use, and cut off their heads, hands, and feet, and did cook and stew their trunks, and sometimes roast them, and at the bidding of your aforesaid evil father did eat and damnably devour them. Then, adding sin to sin, ye the men did copulate with succubi, and ye the women did fornicate with incubi, moreover, in most bitter and icy connection and foul coitus with demons you did commit the unspeakable crime of buggery. And, most hateful of all, at the bidding of the aforesaid serpent thrust from paradise, you did keep in your mouths the most holy sacrament of the Eucharist received by you in the sacred church of God, and did execrably spit it out upon the ground, that you might with the greatest of all contumely, contempt and blasphemy dishonor God, our true and sacred hope, and promote the glory, honor, triumph and kingdom of the devil himself, and worship, honor and glorify him with all honor, praise, majesty, authority and adoration. All which most grave, abhorred and unspeakable crimes are directly contumacious and contemptuous of Almighty God the Creator of all. Wherefore we, Brola Florus, etc. Chapter 16. The devil deceives and seduces by means of false revelations or apparitions. Argument. Touching revelations or visions and as to the character of the person who sees them, much must be taken into consideration if the true are to be distinguished from the false. In the first place it must be discovered whether such a person of the true Catholic faith, for no credence can be placed in the visions of devil-worshippers or heretics. In the town of Gretz, in the year 1601, there were a man and his wife who persistently declared that it was through them alone that the church had endied. Therefore the father baptized their children, with the mother acting as sponsor. They foretold that the world would come to an end in that year, but they were hanged, and by their own death anticipated that of the world. Secondly, it must be as considered fanatic, for no belief may be placed in the revelations or prophecies of such. Familian asterisk sent to S. Cyprian many who had been deluded by a woman of this sort, Epistola LXIV. Thirdly, it must be examined whether the person's honesty and virtues point to the sincerity of his faith, or whether his vices and notable imperfections constitute a contrary indication. For we must not believe the proud and ambitious, the impatient, the carnally minded, drunkards, those who cherish anger or stir up hatred and spread dissent, or those who defame others, nor hypocrites who display and parade some exceptional proof of devotion and penitence against the approval of their superiors in the church. Up hatred and spread dissent, or those who defame others, nor hypocrites who display and parade some exceptional proof of devotion and penitence against the approval of their superiors in the church. Fourthly, the state of his body must be considered. For if his health is not robust, if he suffers from a retching of the black bile, if his body is wasted through excessive fasting or want of sleep, if he is injured in the brain, or is excessively timid and subject to a violent clouding of the imagination, none such are to be credited. For it is said that such men, even when they are awake, think they see, hear or taste that which is not there to be seen or heard or tasted, for the devil easily deludes them, since they eagerly accept and believe the images of false appearances. Fifthly, the consideration of their age and sex must not be neglected. For in their declining years persons are often delirious, and if they are children there is the risk of a light and morbid imagination, since the brains of children are more humid than the normal, and are full of vapors and are influenced by a little thing. Therefore in times past the demons used to love to utter their oracles through children's mouths, as being more adapted to their work. And as for the female sex, it is agreed that this must be regarded with the greater suspicion, as is noted by Johann Nieder in the Preceptorum, in the Question de Diuination. Sixthly, it should be considered whether the person is an old practitioner of such spiritual exercises, or whether she is only a novice, whether the devil has in other ways attempted, with or without success, to deceive her, and whether her former prophecies were true, and, if not, which of them are neither. I have used the Douai edition, 1612, of the Preceptorum Diuini Legis. There were 17 editions of this book before 1500*37 were false. If she is a novice there must be suspicion of fraud. For, according to Gerson, the fervour of a novice is soon misled if she has none to control her, especially in the case of the young and of women, whose fervour is too eager, captious and unbridled, and therefore suspect. By this indication Giovanni Francesco Pico della Mirandola, De Rerum Prenotion, 9. 3. Discovered the falsity of a certain revelation or vision, after other indications had tended to prove its truth, for the devil, to give his vanities an appearance of verity, had begun to speak in the likeness of our Lord Christ. I said above that the sex is to be taken into consideration, for, other things being equal, greater faith is to be placed in the revelations of men. The feminine sex is more foolish, and more apt to mistake natural or demoniacal suggestions for ones of divine origin. Women, too, are of a more humid and viscous nature, more easily influenced to perceive various phantoms, and slower and more loath to resist such impulses. Therefore women are quicker to imagine, but men are less obstinate in holding to their imaginings, and since women have less power of reasoning and less wisdom, it is easier for the devil to delude them with false and deceptive apparitions. Further, since women are lascivious, luxurious and avaricious in their manner of life, as Apollonius has remarked, it must be noted whether such prophetesses are particularly garrulous, of a roaming disposition, Evilders, greedy of praise, passionate. And whether in their teaching or in their attitude towards the sacraments of the Church they show themselves in any way opposed to the apostolic doctrine. For women of this sort not only deceive themselves, but drag even learned men to destruction when these place too much credence in them, as will be shown in the examples. Examples. Father Jose de Acosta, in the De Temporibus Nuissimis, B.K. 2, ch. 2, relates the following. In the kingdom of Peru there was a man who was at that time held to be of great ability, a learned professor of theology, a pious Catholic of long standing, and almost esteemed the marvel of his age. This man became familiar with a woman who declared that she had been taught certain mysteries by an angel and was not infrequently thrown into a trance, or rather she pretended to be rapt. Like another Priscillage or a Maximilla among the Montanists, and he was so enslaved by her that he often consulted her upon the deepest points of theology and in all things treated her as an oracle, proclaiming that she was filled with mighty revelations and was very dear to God. Yet in other respects she was mundane enough and had very little intelligence except for constructing lies. But when she was possessed by the devil, as is the easier to believe, when she went into this sort of ecstasy, or whether she cleverly simulated it, as many prudent men have thought, the result was that the theologian, hearing from the woman many wonders concerning himself and wishing greatly to enhance his future importance, freely avowed himself a disciple of him whom the woman called her spiritual father. Wit followed. The man was so far led astray that he tried to perform miracles, and was persuaded that he did perform them, although there was never even the slightest indication of a miracle. For this reason, and because lie had taken from that prophetess certain doctrines foreign to the teaching of the Catholic Church, he was, to the amazement of the whole kingdom, seized by the judges of the Most Holy Inquisition, and was for 5 years patiently heard and examined. Until fair ally he was clearly proved to be the proudest and maddest of all men. For although he most obstinately maintained that he had been divinely gifted with an angel from whom he learned all that he wished, and that he was on terms of the most familiar conversation with God himself, yet he proclaimed the wildest absurdities which no one could believe it possible for any man to give utterance to unless he were quite out of his mind. None the less, as to his intellect, it seemed to all that no one could be saner. He soberly affirmed that he would be king and pope, when the apostolic see had been transferred to that kingdom, that he had been endowed with a sanctity above all angels and celestial choirs and apostles, and that God had even offered him a hypostatic union with himself. But that he had declined this, that he had been sent to be the Redeemer of the world in point of efficacy, whereas Christ, as he said, had been so only in point of sufficiency. All the laws of the Church were to be abrogated, and he would make new laws which would be easy and clear. The celibacy of the clergy should be abolished, and plurality of wives allowed, and holy confession should no longer be obligatory. These and other arguments he maintained so strongly that all were astonished that a man with such opinions should not be mad. Finally, after a long exposure of his frantic behavior, and when he had been found guilty of more than 110 doctrines which were heretical or foreign to the true teaching of the Church, skilled theologians were bidden, after the manner of that holy tribunal, to reason with the man and try to bring him back to his senses and his faith. Accordingly the judges and the Bishop of Quito and 3 other doctors met together, and the man was brought into their presence, where he defended his most pernicious cause with such fluency and eloquence that to this very day, says the writer, I am astounded that the pride of the human mind could proceed to such lengths. He professed that he could not prove his doctrine except by the Holy Scriptures and by miracles, which were above all human reasoning, yea, that he had indeed proved his arguments by the authority of the Scriptures far more clearly and effectively than S. Paul proved that Jesus Christ was the true Messiah, that he had performed so many and such mighty miracles that the resurrection of Christ was no greater. For he said that he had actually died and risen again, and that he had most clearly manifested this. He quoted from memory, for he had no book, and even his breviary had been taken from him, so many long passages from the prophets, the Apocalypse, the Psalms, and other books, that it was wonderful merely as a feat of memory, but he so twisted them to his argument, and so allegorized, that it would have made anyone either laugh or weep. Finally he said that, if we wished him to prove his case by miracles, he was ready to perform them at once. And then the poor fellow proceeded to speak in a manner that suggested either that he thought we were mad, or that he was mad himself. For he said that it had been revealed to him that the Archduke John of Austria had been defeated at sea by the Turks, and that the kingdom of Spain had been nearly lost by the invincible Philip, and that a council had been held at Rome to consider the deposition of Pope Gregory and the election of another. All that he told us that we might know just as surely as if we had received certain news of them, saying that he could only through some divine quality have had knowledge of them. And although all this was so false that nothing could be falser, yet he maintained it all as very truth. Finally, when after 2 days' reasoning we could do no good, and he had been taken as the Spanish law directs, to be shown to the public with the other criminals, he kept looking up to heaven waiting for the fire to descend upon the Inquisitor and everyone else as the devil had promised him it should. No fire from above seized upon us, however, but the fire from below seized upon that king, that pope, redeemer, and legislator, and burned him to ashes. So says Father Jose. We read in Sorius, the 1st of June, that S. Simeon *, the monk of Treves, was sent by divine command to live at the top of Mount Sinai. One night a demon appeared to him in the form of an angel and bade him celebrate Mass. Between sleeping and waking, he objected that no one who was not in priest's orders must undertake that office, but the enemy urged that he was a messenger from God, and that it was Christ's will, for it was not right that the holy place should any longer be without such a celebration. While he yet argued and resisted, the demon, with the help of another demon, dragged him from his bed and set him, now fully awake, before the altar, and put an alb upon him, but there was a dispute about the stole. For the enemy would have him wear it after the manner of a priest, but Simeon said he should wear it as a deacon. At length the servant of God came to himself by virtue of prayer, and drove off the enemy by the sign of the cross, and bemoaned that he had been deceived. That deceiving spirit, seeing amongst the Premonstratensian canons certain ignorant triflers whom he had long recognized as his own vessels since they devoted themselves to idleness and pleasure, so filled them with his false illusion of wisdom that they, who had before been scarcely able to read from a book, now quoted grave matters from books and prophesied even greater and more astounding things for the future. One of them maintained that he understood the prophecy of Daniel and, under a lying inspiration, made certain pronouncements with regard to the passage where the prophet writes of the 4 and the 7 and the 10 horns and the kings and Antichrist, and so he gained the ears of the more simple. And if it had been possible would have led into error even the man of God the venerable Abbot Simon of S. Nicholas. For his arrogance went so far that, when they were sitting in the precincts of the superior, he dared to preach a sermon upon that chapter. One who heard and saw it bears witness to the truth of this, and as a proof has given us the beginning of that sermon, as follows: Be ye valiant in war, and fight against that old serpent. These words did that lying spirit utter rough this man's mouth, but he was in no way able to proceed to the truth which follows, namely, and ye shall receive the eternal kingdom. When the deceiving spirit saw that he could not wholly delude his hearers. Being wonderfully full of guile, he turned with the greater skill to other methods of deceit, so that if he could not openly subvert those who were on their guard, he might at least disturb them in their meditations. Accordingly, that same cleric who was his minister in this work was seized with a sudden and very grave sickness, and whereas he had confined his pronouncements to visible matters, he now turned his face to heaven and did not fear to speak of matters invisible and ineffable. The brothers, as is the custom, ran up to give him unction, and startled Smiley hear his words, for he said much of himself, but more of many of those who stood round him. Of himself he said that on that same evening he would either be with the angels in heaven, or he would be standing restored to heal with the brothers in the choir. Of the others, he considered the character of each and said, as if prophesying and prognosticating, "This man, when I was lately borne up to heaven in the church, I saw called to eternity," and so he foretold various things of the others. Here note, reader, the degree of the devil's pride when he chooses the ignorant and makes them appear learned. Then he causes them to interpret the scriptures and to preach before their superiors in places where they should be silent. Ribadenera * in his Life of S. Ignatius Loyola, V.I.O., writes that a few years ago in Belgium, in one of the cities of Hainault, there was a nun who was thought to be possessed, and she was led to the superior of her order to be exorcised. But when the ceremony had already been proceeding a long time, she began to speak successively with different voices, in a gentler voice claiming that she was Christ our Lord God, while her other voice was harsher and more like a demon, and, with this, she openly blurted out many impieties, and much that was apparently devout, and so some who should have known better came to believe that now Jesus and now the devil spoke through her. This matter, so full of danger and deception, was carried to such an extent that the woman, as if Christ were speaking through her, dared with solemn intention to utter the canonical words and consecrate the bloodless sacrifice, and, woe! Certain pious but ignorant or rash persons bowed in adoration before the leavened bread consecrated, or rather, let it be said, execrated, by this priestess, but not after the order of Melchizedek, and as if it were the live body of the Lord, brought and placed candles upon the altar and venerated it. Yet there were two indications that it was an imposture: first, the fact that she was a possessed woman, and secondly, that she dared to usurp the priestly office which belongs to men, not women. But God deliver us from the like. In two of the above examples we have shown what fruit may come of intercourse with women of fictitious holiness. I will here in a very few words add a third instance, and Tertullian himself testifies is indeed a signal example. For he, most profound scholar of his time, trusting in the visions of women as concerning the quantity and colour of the soul, forgot all that he had most learnedly and truthfully written against such women and fell into gross and ridiculous errors. Francesco Benzi adds the following example. During the year 1590, in a certain outlying district near the town of Verona, some 30 women were tormented by the devil. Most of them were girls of the humblest station, and those especially were afflicted who were bound by a vow of virginity, for it was wonderful with what wiles he surrounded them and with what arts he attacked them, assuming various forms to tempt them to sin or to deter them from honesty. Now he would take the appearance and piety of a monk, or even, a tiling which the ears shudder to hear, that of Christ himself upon the cross persuading them to impious deeds. Now he would appear as a bear or a lion or a serpent about to rush with gaping mouth upon the virgins and devour them in one gulp. At other times he appeared as a soldier with his dishonourable weapon thrust out, threatening them with fire and thunder if he could not achieve his aim. But their virgin simplicity, with the help of God, overcame all his subtleties. Great indeed was their faith, and with that shield they Quench the fiery darts of the evil, N.E. Let us relate two of the many stories which are told of these virgins. One of them, who was born of noble parents and had been gently reared, was much disturbed one night by the devil's temptings, and therefore, though it was midwinter and bitterly cold, she left her bed and slept naked on the bare floor. But when the flame of her desire in no way decreased, for a mighty fire does but burn the more when water is thrown upon it, she stole from her bedroom into the garden and there, in emulation of the great S. Francis, who she had heard had done the same, threw her body into a bank of snow, and, although the demon, who was visible to her, raved and gnashed his teeth, she rolled in the snow so long that she wholly quenched her internal fire with the external cold. To another of these virgins the demon likewise appeared at night in the form of S. Ursula, bearing the banner of the cross with a company of many virgins, and spoke to her as follows: God sees and loves your zeal in keeping your chastity. But because it is somewhat difficult for you in your Father's house, with so much bustle of people coming and going, and so many dangers to be encountered, to avoid contaminating your mind in some part, He has sent us to take you to a convent of holy virgins who have put aside all other cares to serve His will with all their strength. The Virgin, with the breath of God upon her, feared some ambush of the devil and drew her right hand from her brow to her breast, and then from left to right in the form of the cross, and protested that she was most unworthy of such a vision and so great an honor. And she added, Neither have I very great faith in you, for I fear some hidden guile in your specious counsel. But if you are the messengers of God, then humbly adore these our relics of the saints. For she was wearing these about her neck. Strange to say, the devils knelt in worship before them, and urged her all the more to hasten her departure with them. Be lit, she said, I may not come to any grave decision without the advice of my spiritual father, and it is not seemly for me to go to him at this hour of the night. Do you, therefore, approach him and make known the commands of God, and when it is day I will come and abide by his advice. At this answer the demons threw off all disguise and hid themselves in their own darkness, raging at, and attacking with their tongues only, and pouring insults and vituperations upon Thy maiden, who mocked at them and humbly gave thanks to God. What greater wisdom could there be than that of this virgin? But indeed true wisdom became hers who bound herself with the girdle of chastity. I will add an example of a remarkable precaution, by which we are taught that nothing is safer for a man than to mistrust his own judgment, and to preserve his obedience to his superior even in the face of a vision which compels his belief. S. Jean, bald Bishop of Lane, formed a friendship, which arose from the best of motives, with a woman, but such is human frailty that at last he had carnal intercourse with her. Afterwards he came to his senses and confessed to S. Remigius of Rheims. He was shut in a narrow cell like a tomb, and there did bitter penance for 7 years. In the 7th year, at the vigil of the Lord's Supper, while S. Genebalk was spending the night in prayer and lamentation, about the middle of one night an angel of the Lord came to him in a great light in the cell where he lay, and said to him, Jean Bald, the prayers of your father Remigius for you have been heard, and the Lord has accepted your penitence and your sin is absolved. Arise and go hence, and perform your episcopal duties and reconcile penitent sinners with the Lord. But S. Jean Bald was too terrified to answer anything. Then the angel of the Lord comforted him and told him not to fear, but to rejoice in the mercy of God shown to him. Thus encouraged, he said to the angel, I cannot go from here, for my Lord and Father Remigius carries with him the key of this door, and he has sealed it with his seal. And the angel said to him, Do not doubt, I am sent from the Lord. Even as heaven is open to you, so also will this door open. And at once the door was opened, the wax of the seal being yet unbroken. Here, then, are the signs of a true vision, for first he was afraid, and then he was comforted, and the unbroken seal and wax was a true and patent miracle. Ah, how different was that Virgin of Ghent in our own times! This miserable woman spent much time in prayer and frequently assisted at Mass, but either she did not go often enough to a confessor or, if she did not unfeignedly open to him the secrets of her heart, or else she did not follow his good advice. In any case, by degrees and in various visions the devil filled her with spiritual pride, and at last persuaded her that in all other merits she was the equal of the Virgin Mary, but that the one thing lacking to her was fertility joined with spotless virginity, and that, if she persevered, she would achieve that also. O madness, worthy of the folly of women! After that she no longer despised confession but used it regularly for some years, at the same time partaking of the Holy Communion. What followed? Once when she was in church awaiting her communion, and was fervently praying for that one remaining benefit, she heard a voice say, "Be of good heart, beloved, for know that your prayer is heard and you are permitted to become pregnant with all the prerogatives of chastity. Have faith that you have conceived from heaven." For she had lain with the demon who was pretending to be an angel. She went home, and felt her womb swelling, and after the due period of gestation she went to a pious and discreet citizen who was well known, and told him all, and asked that she might give birth in the interior of his house, begging him to keep it secret. The man did not believe her story about her visions, yet he would not thrust the woman from his house, for the sectarians were just then gaining ground, and he feared that if this matter were made public it would give rise to blasphemous and injurious utterances by the heretics. Therefore he took her in and, having engaged a trustworthy midwife, awaited her deliverance. The unhappy woman was afflicted with violent pains, and at length, instead of a human child, shed from her womb a great quantity of horrible, ugly and vile worms, so terrible to see that all were appalled, and of so foul a stench that it nearly killed all who were present. So at last the wretched woman understood that she had been deluded, and that she had reaped the merited fruit of her pride from the Prince of Pride. In this way was the woman deceived. S. Friar Asterisk and his companion, the deacon Secondel, remained perfectly stable in their anchoretic vocation upon an island, each having his own cell at a long distance from the others. As they were laboring in strenuous prayer, the tempter appeared at night to the deacon Secondel in the likeness of the Lord, saying, "I am Christ to whom you continually pray. And now you are a saint, and I have written your name in the book of life with the rest of my saints. Depart now from this island, and go among the people healing the sick." Deceived by this illusion he departed from the island without telling his companion, and when he placed his hands upon the sick in the name of Christ they were moreover healed. After a long time he returned to the island and came with great glory to his companion, saying, "I went from the island and have done many mighty works among the people." The other was appalled, and asked what he meant, and he told him simply all that he had done. But the old man was amazed, and said with sighs and tears, "Woe to us! How terribly do I hear that you have been deceived by the tempter! Come now and do penance, lest his wiles prevail over you." Secondel, understanding his error, fell weeping at his feet and begged him to intercede for him with God, and the saint said to him, "Come, let us both pray the Almighty for the safety of your soul, for he is not a hard God to those who trust in his mercy. As he said by the prophet **, I desire not the death of a sinner, but rather that he should turn and live." While they were praying the tempter came again in the same likeness to the deacon Secondel, saying, "Did I not tell you, because my sheep were sick and without a shepherd. To go out and visit them and heal their sickness?" But he answered, "I know now of a truth that you are a seducer, and I do not believe that you are God, whose image you falsely assume. But if you are Christ, show me your cross which you have left behind, and I will believe you." And when he could not show it, and the deacon had made the sign of the cross upon his face, he vanished in confusion. Albert Leenderf tells us that when Blessed Jordange of Saxony, the Master General of the Order of Preaching Friars, was suffering from an acute fever, there chanced to be with the Venerable Father the Superior, or Prior, of a certain friary of the same order, a discreet man, skilful, provident, learned and of sober behavior, who brought him some medical assistance. But he could read the mind of Father Jordan and knew that in his very sickness he bore himself very stiffly towards him. Therefore he said, "Father, a sick man must in all things be subject to his physician if he wishes to recover his former health. Wherefore, Althoy.gh, you are the chief and head of Kerr religious order. Now that you are sick you must lay aside your headship and subject yourself to me and obey me. And, if you do this, I have no fee, but that in a short time you will go away from here cured." The Venerable Father agreed, and at the order of the prudent prior lay upon a bed of feathers, contrary to the custom of the order. In the night the devil came in the form of an angel and said to him, as if in astonishment, "Is this the famous Jordan so renowned among all men? Is this the master and lather of the esteemed order of Preachits? I should doubt it if I had not known you before. Oh, how vile and imprudent you have become, that you lie upon a bed of feathers and silken stuffy like one of the lords of the earth. Ujlappy man, what an example you give to the brethren of your order! Yet God has not forgotten you, for he has sent me to correct you. Rise therefore from your bed and cast yourself in prayer upon the ground." And at once, when the devil had vanished, Jordan threw himself in terror to the ground, and after the dawn he was found so lying by the prior and the brethren. The prior seized him roughly and compelled him, on his obedience, to lie upon the bed prepared for him. On the following night the devil came again in the same likeness, and chid him more than before for his disobedience, and ordered him to jump down onto the ground. When the prior again saw him in the morning lying on the ground he was at first angry, saying, "I wonder at your simplicity, not to say ignorance, that you have presumed to act thus in disobedience and to the danger not only of your body but of your soul. For I call God, the Lord of heaven and earth, to witness that, for my part, I would not for the whole world sin so gravely against God and the order." And so saying he burst into a flood of tears. Seeing this, the Venerable Father himself wept and fell at his feet, and told him of his visions, or rather illusions, and how, as he guessed, it had been the devil, transfigured into the form of an angel of light. The prior was then seized with astonishment and became soft-e'en to him through pity, and told him to climb into bed, for these happenings had brought him such a weakness of the limbs and such an induration of his humours that he hardly had breath left for sleep. On the third night the devil came as before, but as soon as he saw him the holy man said, "O shameless dog! O most wicked foe to the human race! O filthy beast! How have you dared to delude my simplicity under a cloak of zeal for our order? Had it not been permitted by the dispensation of Almighty God, I should have been more prudent in noting that obedience is far better than the sacrifices of fools." And spitting in his face, he put him to flight. Not long after his death Meinolf the canon of Paderborn and confessor appeared in a vision to one of his sacristans, urging him quickly to renounce the world and its pomps, and to fight under the banner of the eternal King. But the man took the vision to be an illusion, and made no attempt to mend his life. The saint had pity on his infirmity and again warned him as before, but when even so he took no thought for correcting his life, he appeared the third time and said, "You know not, unhappy wretch. You know not how the savage thief is claiming your soul for himself, for he it is who has persuaded you to disobey the message of God and of me who am sent by him. When you were plainly going astray in evil living and would not of your own will desist from sinning, a divine revelation warned you so that you might thus betake yourself to better fruits. But, fool that you are, you allowed yourself to be miserably and perniciously deluded, taking a true revelation to be a fantastic illusion. For none of the faithful can be in doubt that there is no illusion about that revelation which invites a man to Christian piety and religion. But if such a vision were to come to you while you were awake, you ought in no wise to despise it, and since words will not serve to correct you, we must proceed to deeds. Therefore, that I may make it plain that the vision which you affect to misunderstand was a very true one, you shall be left in no doubt at all." When the saint had said this, the man arose and found that his entire beard had been torn from his chin, and all sleep fled far from his eyes. Cardinal Jacques de Sixtry * in his book De Mulieribus Leodiensibus, I. 9, tells that a friend of Blessed Marie Dioines was notably infested by an evil spirit which walked in darkness at noontide and was sometimes violently and sometimes cunningly dangerous. For the subtle enemy transfigured himself into an angel of light and appeared to him familiarly in dreams under the cloak of piety, sometimes reproving him for certain faults, sometimes fraudulently urging him to good works, so giving him as it were a full-seeming antidote that anon he might the more secretly instil his poison, and caressed him with a honeyed tongue that he might afterwards sink his teeth in and bind him securely to his tail. For when the man had put a complete trust in him, then that betrayer, like a sophist or impostor, so covered his falsehoods with a shadow of truth that at length by his machinations he led that brother to what would have been a disastrous conclusion of his life. Had not the handmaiden of Christ learned through the revelation of the Holy Spirit the deceits of that cunning enemy? For she told the man that those revelations of his were not from God but were illusions of a wicked demon, but he on the other part objected, guided by his own spirit instead of the Holy Spirit, saying, "That spirit has brought me so many benefits, and has truthfully foretold so much of the future, that I am sure he does not wish to impose upon me." The woman then had recourse to her customary weapon of prayer. See, what a sure remedy and shield it is! And watered with her tears the feet of the crucifix, assailing heaven with her prayers, nor did she cease until that wicked impostor with much groaning and shame came to her as she prayed in her cell at night. Seeing him thus clothed in full splendor, she said, "W10 are you, and what are you called?" He looking proudly and balefully at her said, "I am he whom you with your cursed prayers have compelled to come to you, and you are trying startled smiley take from me my friend by force. I am called Dream, for I appear in visions in the likeness of Lucifer to many, especially to religious, and they obey me and by my consolations are driven from their senses and consider them elves worthy to converse with gods and angels. And I was just about 1 lead from righteousness that friend of mine who is lost to me through your will." And so it proved in the event. But the adder's eggs were broken, and the evil counsels of the wicked one were brought to light. In his decimate angle, Conno Nicholas Sander * relates how the heretics formed an unheard of PIDTF to rouse a turbulent mob to disturb the people of London and urge them to sedition and heresy. They persuaded a girl 18 years of age, corrupted both by heresy and bribes, to act the following abominable lie. She permitted herself to be shut up for a time between two walls in an obscure corner of a certain house, and through a suitable crack to utter such words as were suggested to her by the plotters. The girl's name was Elizabeth Croft, and the name of the author of the plot was Drake. Accordingly, having been thus instructed and posted in the place convenient for the deception, the girl kept making wonderful utterances from her hiding place, so loudly that all the neighbors could hear her. They ran up from all directions to see what it was, and in their wonder declared that it was not a mortal voice, but the voice of an angel. That spirit threatened the city and the country with misery, suffering and every misfortune if they permitted the Spanish marriage, or communion with the Pope of Rome. The voice also uttered much in the manner of an oracle against the holy sacrifice and the rest of the Catholic faith. Some of the conspirators took care to mingle with the crowd and interpret the prophetic and darker sayings of this spirit as admonitions for the subversion of religion and the stirring up of sedition. The Lord Mayor, to appease the multitude and to see what the matter was, found some difficulty in exposing the fraud, but at last he decided to pull down the wall and those next to it, whence the voice seemed to come. The wretched girl was then discovered and was questioned as to who had induced and persuaded her to act in that way, and she at once confessed that she had been led to that horrible wickedness by certain seditious sectaries, and especially by the villain who was called Drake. Chapter 17. Of the Appeal to God. Argument. It is dangerous for men not of proved righteousness to provoke such an appeal. Indeed, they commit mortal sin who knowingly and unjustly call others to judgment, for so they cause grievous harm and injustice, and the judges are brought into disrepute as the oppressors of the innocent. But if such action is taken without hatred, desire for vengeance, impatience, anger, despair, vanity or any other vicious motive, or if anyone oppressed by injustice acts in good faith to make his innocence appear, so that his family should not become infamous, or that the world should be rid of such a tyrant, or that he should be turned and through fear become penitent and cease from his oppression and downtreading of the unfortunate, then such a citation is lawful, neither did Francois Feuardant * dare to condemn it. Since when the end is good, I suppose the means, if indifferent, are to be commended. There are many examples in Holy Writ. Sarah said, "The Lord judge between me and thee." Genesis 16:5. David said to Saul, "The Lord judge between me and thee, and the Lord avenge me of thee." Samuel Xiv 12. So said Zechariah the son of Jehoiada, "The Lord look upon it and require it." 2. Chronicles Xiv 22. Examples. Thomas of Brabant in his De Apibus 7 records a most memorable event in the following words: the monastery of S. James at Liege is well known to all, as is the truth of the following story. A young man who was cousin to the bishop entered that monastery for the sake of devotion and religion. But when the bishop heard this, he was enraged and collected a strong band of his servants and, forcing his way into the monastery, seized the young man and stripped him of his religious habit and clothed him in secular clothing. The abbot of the monastery therefore collected the chief men of the city and complained to the bishop, and appealed to all the clergy concerning this outrage. But the bishop in his rage would scarcely listen to him, but rather spoke harshly to the abbot, whereupon the abbot knelt down and said with great moderation, "O bishop, I can have no judge against you upon earth, and therefore I appeal to God the supreme judge against you, that within 40 days both of us may appear before him to receive judgment according to our deserts." The bishop laughed at this, and with his followers mocked at the good man and despised him and drove him away in disgrace. What happened? On the 40th day about nones that abbot died, and as they were solemnly tolling * for him, the bishop, sitting in his bath, asked the bystanders what it was. So on one came in and said that the abbot of S. James had just died, and that the solemn tolling was for him. The bishop then remembered that it was the 40th day since the time he had been summoned by the abbot, and in terror of soul said to his followers, "Quick! See what I must do. I am dead, and today I must appear in the sight of the supreme judge." Shortly after these words, as he was hastening out of the bath, he died with a terrible groan in the arms of his attendants, with all doubt being compelled to answer for himself there where no causes are seed and the pleadings of advocates are silent. Where freedom cannot be won by prayers or by bribery. Fragoso, 1:6, writes that Francois I, Duke of Brittany, with infamous and cruel treachery put to death his brother who was returning from England. But within a year the Duke in his turn perished miserably, for his brother had cited him to the tribunal of God, and thus he most wretchedly lost both his dukedom and his life. Chapter 18. Of the trial by single combat. Argument. In former times, when an accusation was doubtful and could not be proved, no sort of trial was more common than this. For then either the accuser challenged the defendant, or else the defendant offered himself or someone else in his place to fight. It is agreed that this is a most ancient practice, and that it was used in the Ans of Palestine, for Alciati points out in his De Singulari Certamine, 2, that David challenged and overcame Goliath. After the invasion of Italy by the barbarians, it was chiefly practiced by the Lombards, the Germans, Franks and even Spaniards. But this sort of combat provides no proof, for it is against all law according to the unanimous opinion of the doctors. Sufius, de Iniestisha Duelli, and Pedro Mexia J. Silva de Varia Lechen, 4:9, prove that it is contrary to natural law. All the doctors agree in proving that it is against the civil law, although that law is not very clear in detail, yet there is no Roman law by which such combats can be justified. That duels are forbidden by the law of God is proved by every argument which forbids us to tempt God, and by the commandment that we shall do no murder. This is more clearly proved by the ecclesiastic, or positive divine law, as expressed by the Council of Trent as follows: the detestable practice of duelling, introduced by the wiles of the devil that he might win the death of souls together with the bloody death of the body, should be entirely exterminated from the Christian world, etc. Cess. XXV, de Reform, cap. 19. And a little later the same Holy Council added the following: they who engage in duels, and they who act as seconds thereto, let them be punished with excommunication and the confiscation of all their goods and perpetual disgrace. And may they forever be deprived of ecclesiastical burial like murderers, etc. There exists that most admirable bull of Pope Gregory XIII of blessed memory, issued in the year 1582 in the month of December, which begins with these words: Crescent hominum malitia, fascinerosi non desunt. Examples. In the year 1326, when William III was Count of Hainault, a certain Jew pretended to be baptized in all sincerity into the holy Christian faith, and the Count gave him the name of William at the font and appointed him as a servitor in the palace at Mons. Not long afterwards this wicked fellow entered the church at the monastery of Cambrai and in a fit of fury hurled a number of blasphemies against the image of the Mother of God, and, oh, horror! Wounded it with his spear in 5 several places from which streams of blood at once flowed. This was seen by a carpenter and by a lay brother named Matthias Lobius. The carpenter was about to cleave the Jew's head with his axe, but he was prevented by the brother. They reported the matter to the abbot, John of Mons, and he to the count. The Jew stubbornly withstood all torture and was therefore released, but 4 years later an angel appeared to an old man named Jean Flandre d'Estany who had been bedridden with paralysis for 7 years, and ordered him to accuse the Jew and challenge him to a duel. After he had been thus warned twice, the old man still, at the bidding of the parish priest, delayed, but the third time the Virgin herself came and showed him her 5 bleeding wounds, and commanded him to fight the duel. Full of hope and faith the old man went to Cambrai, and having seen the wounds upon the image obtained an audience of the count and thereupon accused the Jew of his crime. A day was appointed for the combat, and the weapons, rough clubs and wooden shields, exist even to this day. The Jew, who although he seemed but a puny fellow was in fact muscular and vigorous, had sewn a number of little tinkling bells to his galligaskins and gambados in bitter mockery of the poor old man, but God helped his champion who had undertaken so unequal a fight. For the sick man beat the healthy man, the weak the strong, and the old the young. And as he was convicted terribly blaspheming and impenitent, the count ordered him to be bound by the hair of high head to a horse's tail and so dragged to the gibbet, and after he had been hanged by the neck with 2 fierce Molossian hounds rending his flanks he was cast into the fire. This story is fully told by Robertus Hallport, who wrote a poem in 2 books on the subject. Radislaus, F.A. Prince of Christcow, Rim, Colin, and son of Mistibogus, wrongfully invaded Bohemia, so that at last good King Wenceslaus was persuaded to raise an army against him. As they were on the point of joining battle, Wenceslaus said, "If the matter cannot be settled except by fighting, why should we two not decide it in single combat without shedding innocent blood?" And without delay he put on a cuirass over his hair shirt and girt himself with a small sword and came out into the battlefield. But Radislaus armed himself to the teeth with mighty armor. Wenceslaus made the sign of the cross on his brow, and suddenly saw angels who spoke in human voice, saying, "Do not strike." And suddenly Radislaus lay upon the ground and asked pardon for his boldness and yielded himself into the hands of his victor. Wenceslaus raised him up, forgave him and restored him to his dignities, bidding him to turn his contumacy to fitting humility, lest he should thereafter suffer severer punishment from the angry Godhead. Here God declared the justice of the cause by a miracle. When God does not wish a miracle to take place, it generally happens that the matter remains in doubt, or that he who is in the right submits to the judgment of God. The first was the case in a duel between 2 noble Spaniards in the time of King Alfonso XI, the father of King Pedro of Castile. Their names were Ruy Poes de Biedma and Pay Rodriguez de Ambia. The former accused the latter of treason, and the latter retaliated with an accusation of an even more serious crime. They met and fought for 3 days from sunrise to sunset, and both were sorely wounded, yet the affair remained in doubt and neither could claim the victory. Therefore the king declared them both innocent and equally virtuous, and bade them be friends. This is fully related by Pedro Mexia in his Silva de Varia Lechen, 2, X. Chapter 19. Of vulgar purgation by fire. Argument. This purgation was formerly of 3 sorts, that by the pyre, that by burning coals, and that by red-hot iron, and a man's innocence was proved if he escaped unhurt from the ordeal. The ordeal of red-hot iron is still used by the Japanese, as we learn from letters written in the year 1595 by Father Louis Froze, a Jesuit, which were afterwards printed at Mainz in the year 1598. In France in olden times it was only legal in secular causes, as we learn from the epistles of Evo. Find that this hot iron was called a judgment, and that this name was applied to all the instruments of these vulgar proofs, as is noted by Pierre Leloir in his De Spectris, 2, 7. It is referred to in various laws of the northern peoples introduced by the Gauls into Italy after the barbarian invasions. Radvicus in his De Frederici Imperatoris Gestis, I. 26, mentions a military law by which a slave who has not been caught stealing, but is accused of it, was commanded to prove his innocence either by an oath before God or by the ordeal of red-hot iron. The laws of the Franks and Lombards provided that a man accused of murder must purge himself by walking over 9 red-hot plowshares. We learn from the Council of Tribur that in Germany this purgation was not employed for nobles, for whom it was enough that 12 of their peers should swear their innocence, but for the base-born. Yet history proves that even nobles often underwent it, using either red-hot blades or red-hot gauntlets or some other such thing. In the year 1215 or thereabouts, Conrad of Marburg, the Apostolic Inquisitor, ordered those who had denied a charge of heresy to undergo the ordeal by red-hot iron, and if they were burned he at once committed them to the stake. If this is true, he acted against the canon law, for Pope Stephen V had already forbidden that practice. Examples: a certain Christian was living in the land of Omura with the heathen, and was accused of theft. Now this is a crime most severely punished in Japan, so that if a man be convicted on the very slightest evidence he is condemned to death without hope of pardon. But they could not truly convict this Christian, so the heathen, baffled in all other attempts, insisted upon his being forced to swear an oath after their custom in the following manner: he must write the needful oath upon a paper and, with the paper in his hand, must grip hodie of a red-hot iron, calling upon his head the vengeance and wrath of Kami if he were guilty, and if his hand were burned they would say that it was a proof that he was guilty, and if his hand and the paper were unharmed it would prove him innocent. Being placed in this dilemma, either he must take this oath, or else by refusing to do so prove himself guilty and endanger his life. The Christian relied upon his innocence, but said that it was not lawful for him as a Christian to swear by the false Kami, but only by the true God. The heathen agreed that he should swear by his own God. He then made the sign of the cross on the paper and, being forced to take the red-hot iron in his hand, gripped it with the greatest confidence. And by a notable miracle neither his hand nor the paper was burned. He was therefore freed not only from the punishment with which the heathen threatened him, but also from the accusation which they had falsely brought against him. The Emperor Otto III had a wife named Maria, of slipper, faith and no conscience. Like another Phaedra, this woman tried to entice Carat Muller, Count of Modena, into her embraces, and when she was repulsed conceived a furious hatred against the man whose love she had failed to win, and put her own crime upon him. The Count was aware of her treachery, but was torn between his love for the emperor and his own honor. His honor gave way to his love, for he preferred the honor of Caesar to his own life. But to his wife, a most prudent and, which is rare, brave woman, he told all about the attempt of the empress, his own answer, her calumnies and his own danger, and said that he had determined to die 1,000 bitter deaths rather than bring to light so great a disgrace to the emperor arising from the incontinence and perfidy of the empress. And he begged her, if he had deserved her love, to witness that he would undergo the sentence of death which threatened him in all constancy as a faithful husband to her, and when he was dead, he begged her to vindicate the name and honor of her husband and free him from ignominy. Not long afterwards the Count was sentenced to death by a too credulous judge. Afterwards a court was held at Roncesvalles, and on the day set for the hearing of widows' causes, the Count's wife came forward and in legal form before the court brought a claim of talion against the emperor, because he had put her husband to death unjustly. Otto in astonishment said, "But how will you prove that your husband was, as you say, innocent?" "By a red-hot iron," she answered. At the emperor's command a well-heated iron was brought, and the widow in the sight of all took it and held it in her hand without being hurt at all. This miracle so astounded the emperor that he avowed that he was worthy to be punished, but he pleaded for delay before he underwent punishment. "I demand a threefold bail from 3 shorties," she answered, "but I only ask the punishment of the queen, whose wicked calumnies robbed me of my husband, you of a loyal soldier, and the state of a useful citizen." All thought her demands were just. And the emperor praised her and offered the security of 4 shorties in his camp in Etruria. But as for the empress, who had so evilly burned with the fire of lust, he ordered her to be thrown by the executioner onto the pyre, there to be consumed in the flames she justly deserved. In the town of Wittenberg in Saxony, a man was accused of public incendiarism, but he proved himself on his oath and by ordeal. For he carried a red-hot iron for a long way in his hand and put it down on the ground unharmed, but the iron suddenly vanished from sight. Exactly a year later, the man who was really guilty of the incendiarism was at work in the town paving the roads with stones, and turned up that iron where it lay hidden, and badly burned his hand. All were astonished, and recognized that iron, and accused the man before the judge. On being questioned, he confessed the truth, and his legs were broken and he was bound to the wheel as guilty. See Cran's Historia Euandalorum, 8:30. Caesarius of Heisterbach, X. 35. Describes another equally marvelous instance as follows. Abbot Bernard of Lippe used to say that he knew a fisher in the diocese of Utrecht who had for a long time fornicated with a woman, and because his sin was too widely known and he was afraid of being accused at a synod which was about to be held, he went straight to a priest and confessed his sin rather, as it appeared later, through fear of punishment than for love of justice, and he received the following advice. "If," said the priest, "you are firmly resolved never to sin again with her, you will be able to carry the red-hot iron safely and resist that sin, and I hope that through the virtue of a good confession you will be free." And this was done, to the astonishment of all to whom he had told the matter. He was not hurt by the fire, but when he fell back into a wish to repeat his crime, and boasted that he had no more been burned by the iron than by the water of the river which he was then crossing in a boat, and took up some of the water in his hands. The cold water acted as if it were red-hot iron and burned all the skin off his hand. In the same chapter he tells of an abominable hypocrite who hid his crimes under the cloak of a pilgrimage. This man, being bribed by another rascal, burned down the house of his host by whom he had been well entertained, and after he had twice been received into the house, twice showed his gratitude by again setting fire to it. The master in a panic accused many whom he suspected, but they all proved their innocence by safely undergoing the ordeal by red-hot iron. The house was built again for the 3rd time, and the iron was put in a corner of it. After some time the false traveller came and was for the 3rd time hospitably received and, seeing the iron, asked what it was for. His host told him, and he replied, "Well, I should put it to some other use, and not let it lie there idle." At the same time he took it in his hand, but it immediately grew hot and badly burned his hand. He dropped it with a yell, and the host in astonishment formed a just suspicion that this man was guilty of having twice burned his house. Therefore he had him seized and taken before the judge, who ordered him to be tortured on the rack. He then confessed all and was bound to the wheel. So wonderful are the judgments of God. I will add another instance taken from the abundant store of Caesarius. Rollo the Norman Duke, who was afterwards called Robert, knew that his subjects were given to robbery, theft and rapine. Therefore he made stringent laws against these crimes which he thought would be a sufficient deterrent, and told the peasants that they might confidently leave their agricultural implements in the fields. One of the farmers, on his return home, was immediately asked by his wife why he had not brought his tools with him, and he excused himself on the ground of the Duke's advice. But she secretly stole the tools from the field and hid them, to teach her husband a lesson in caution. The man went back to the field and, not finding what he had left there, reported it to the magistrate of the place, who, in his turn, reported it to the Duke. The Duke summoned the peasant to him and gave him the price of what he had lost, and ordered the prefect to find the thief by means of the ordeal by fire. The first attempt failed to indicate the thief, although all the peasants submitted to the test. There the Duke turned to the bishop and said, "If the God of the Christians knows all secrets, why does he not expose the thief?" Since he was not yet well confirmed in the faith, the bishop did not reprove him, but said that it was because the fire had not yet touched the thief. So the prefect was bidden to search more diligently even among the neighboring villages, but no one was found. The Duke then summoned the peasant and asked him if he had told anyone that he had left the tools in the field, and he answered that he had told no one except his wife. The wife was questioned and confessed the theft. Then the Duke called the peasant and privately asked him, "Did you know that your wife was the thief, or not?" He said, "I knew that she was." Then said the Duke, "Why then did you not either punish her or expose her?" Therefore he ordered them both to be hanged, and by his severity established the law. There comes to my mind the action of a Spanish Catholic who in the time of Leo Vigiled * challenged an Arian Goth to the ordeal by fire. For when he could make no impression upon him by logic or argument, he said, "I have on my finger a gold ring which I will throw into the fire. Do you take it out red hot?" He then threw the ring among the coals and let it become as hot as fire, and turning to the heretic said, "If your contention is true, take it from the fire." But when he refused, he said, "O Almighty Trinity, if I hold any unworthy belief, let it appear, but if my faith is right, let this fierce fire have no strength against me." And he took the ring from the fire and kept it for a long time in his hand, and was not hurt. This was no judicial inquiry, but a cogent argument as to the true and sincere faith. We read in Polydore Vigil's * History of * England, BK 8, that Robert, Archbishop of Canterbury, persuaded King Edward the Confessor to compel his mother-in-law to undergo the ordeal of walking over red-hot ploughshares because she was suspected of having committed fornication with Alwyn, Bishop of Winchester. She was unharmed by the fire, but fled at once from England in terror, and shortly died with a broken heart. In the life of S. John J. the alms giver in the month of June, we read that when S. Leontius was sick and felt his death to be at hand, he ordered a thurible full of burning coals to be brought, and in the presence of many took those coals and poured them upon his bosom and said in the hearing of all, "Blessed be God who of old saved the bush from burning. Let him be my faithful witness that, even as the burning power of the fire has not touched my garments, so have I never in all my life touched a woman." In France St. Bryce, who succeeded S. Martin in the See of Tours, invoked a similar judgment. For the people accused him of fornication with a nun, who used to wash the bishop's linen, and had given birth to a child by some rascal. S. Bryce ordered the child, which was not yet a month old, to be brought among them, and asked it in the presence of the people whether he were its father. The child answered that he was not, but another whom he did not name. This was the work of God, but the people ascribed it to the devil. Then S. Bryce filled his biretta with burning coals and wore it all over the city without being hurt, and so he declared himself innocent of the crime of carnal lust, for not even his clothes were touched by the fire. Peter, a priest of Marseilles, during the First Crusade, at the time of the Siege of Anche, 1098, was suspected of heresy. On Good Friday, therefore, he went with the holy lance of the Lord Christ in his hand naked through a pile of burning wood, and escaped unhurt from the fire. Poppo, a Danish priest, acted as follows in proof of the Christian faith. He soaked all his clothes in wax and, putting them on, entered a fire in the presence of all the people, and, as he solemnly declared, stood there without feeling any pain while the whole of the clothes upon his body were burned to ashes without the fire having touched his skin. Moved by this miracle, the Danes abolished the ordeal by combat and substituted the ordeal by fire. From Theodorus Flector we get the following story. In the time of Marciono, two bishops, one Catholic and the other Arian, began a dispute about the controversies and dogmas of the faith, and at last the Catholic bishop proposed as a condition of their dispute that they should lay aside all vain arguments and go together into the fire and so prove by evidence of God which of them hid the true faith. The Arian hesitated, but the Catholic went straight into the fire and spoke to many from its very midst, and came out not in the least burned. This is a true story, but some writers say that it happened in the time, not of the Emperor Marcian but of Anastasius I, and indeed they seem to prove their contention from Cedrenus and Nicephorus. Pietro di Pavia, Archbishop of Florence, was accused of simony by procuring his dignity with the help of money, and he named a day for his public purgation by fire. In a public place there were built 2 heaps of wood, 10 feet long, 5 feet wide and 4.5 feet high, and between them was a path an arm's length wide strewed with burning coals. When the holy day came, he called upon the help of God to prove his innocence and walked between the masses of flame which rose on high, treading upon the burning coals on the path between the blazing heaps of wood, and when he was about to return by the same way, and there was no sign of burning upon his body or his clothes, he was restrained by the people and went away unharmed. And so the people learned the truth of the matter. See how wonderful is God in his saints. Caesarius of Heisterbach tells the following: in the cathedral city of Cambrai less than 5 years ago, about 1215, several heretics were taken, all of whom for fear of death denied their perfidy. The bishop sent a cleric to examine them with the ordeal of the red-hot iron, and if they were burned they were to be sentenced as heretics. They were all examined and all were burned. As they were being led to their punishment, the cleric kept alive one who was of noble blood in the hope that he might by some means bring him to penitence, and said to him, "You are of noble birth, and I pity you and feel compassion for your soul. I beg and implore you to think better even now of such great perfidy and return from your error to the truth, lest through temporal death you come to death eternal." To this he answered, "I have proved by experience that I was in error. If a belated repentance may avail me at all, I shall not refuse to confess." And he said to him that true penitence was never too late. Therefore a priest was called and the man confessed his error with all his heart, promising satisfaction to God if his life were spared. Now as the holy man taught him the power of confession, the man soon began to confess his sins as a penitent, and at the same time the burn upon his hand began gradually and visibly to disappear in proportion as his confession proceeded. When the confession was half made, half the burn was healed, and when he had completed his confession his hand was entirely restored to its former health, all pain and discoloration having vanished. The judge summoned the man to the fire, but the cleric asked, "Why do you call this man?" "That he may burn," said the judge, since he was burned at the examination. Then the cleric showed them his hand perfectly whole and freed him from punishment, but the rest were consumed in the fire. Master Conrad Abati tells the following example, which is said to have happened a few years ago at Strasbourg. 10 heretics were apprehended in that city, and when they denied the charge they were convicted by the red-hot iron and were sentenced to be burned. As they were being taken to the fire on the appointed day, one of their escorts said to one of them, "Unhappy man, you are damned. But come, and confess your sins now with true penitence, so that after the death of your body, which lasts but a moment, the fire of Gehenna may not eternally burn your soul." He answered him, "I know, indeed, that I have erred, but I fear that God would not accept a repentance conceived under such stress." The other said to him, "Only confess from your heart. God is merciful and will accept your repentance." And lo, a wonder! For as soon as the man had confessed his perfidy, his hand was fully healed. He was lingering over his confession, and the judge summoned him to come to his punishment, but his confessor answered the judge, "It is not just that an innocent man should be unjustly condemned." And when no trace of a burn was found on his hand, he was discharged. This man had a wife not far from the city, who had heard nothing of what we have just told. When he came to her rejoicing, and saying, "Blessed be God, who has today delivered me from the death of my body and my soul," and told her how it had been, she answered, "What have you done, most unhappy one, what have you done? Have you recanted your true and holy faith because of a moment's pain? It would have been better for you if your body could have been burned 100 times, than that you should once draw back from the true faith. Alas! Who is not seduced by the voice of the serpent? Forgetting the great goodness of God to him, forgetting that undoubted miracle, he listened to his wife's advice and again embraced his former heresy. But God did not forget to avenge himself for so great ingratitude, and wounded the hand of each of them. The burn reappeared upon the heretic's hand, and since his wife was the cause of his returning to his error, she was made a partaker in the backslider's pain. The burn was so severe that it penetrated to the bones of their hands, and because they dared not in the town give vent to the cries which the pain wrung from them, they fled to a neighboring wood where they howled like wolves. What need I say more? They were taken and led back to the city and together cast upon the fire which was not yet quite extinguished, and were burned to ashes. What, I ask, is the truth of the matter? Does the flame follow heresy, even as a shadow follows the body? In another altogether marvelous happening, God manifested the truth, using a demoniac as the executioner of a heretic. 2 writers have witnessed to the truth of it, Learned Asterisk of Luxembourg, O.P., in High Catalogue Hereticarum Omnium, under the letter E, and that more ancient authority, Thomas of Brabant, whose words in the Bonum Universale, B.K. 2, I shall here quote, "Near Canberra there was a very astute heretic who, fearing lest he should be questioned, second burned by the friars preachers, who at that time were burning many in that city, pretended that he was possessed by a demon, and therefore his friends bound him and took him to door to the shrine of S. Icary, who had power to cast out devils, since they thought that his affliction was madness, and not heresy. When a certain cleric, who was possessed by a devil and was bound, heard that Eloi Bougri, for that was the man's name, was in the place, he was by God's will freed from his bonds on the following night, and went and heaped rush mats, straw, and benches from the church upon the bound heretic. Eloi pretended to treat this as a mad joke, until the cleric took a light from a lamp and began to burn the heretic, but upon this he cried out and aroused the gaolers, who ran up and tried to put the fire out. But the cleric seized a sword which he happened to find by the bed, and fiercely drove them all off, and so burned the heretic in the fire. Immediately afterwards, having executed the just judgment of God, the cleric was delivered from his demon and was entirely healed. S. Gregory of Tours de Gloria Mar, Tyrami, 81, tells how a Catholic deacon disputed with an Arian priest and invited him to prove by his deeds which was the true faith, in the following manner. A fire was lit under a cauldron, and each of them was to throw his ring into the boiling water, and he who should take his ring out of the boiling water should be held to have proved his argument. The heretic accepted these conditions, but meanwhile the deacon began to lose confidence, and smeared some unguent upon his hand and arm. The heretic also began to shrink from the danger, but when he saw the Catholic's arm anointed with an unguent, he protested that his adversary was relying upon magic arts and protections, not upon his faith, and a dispute arose. As they were thus quarrelling, there came another deacon from the town of Ravenna named Tacintus, who, when he knew the cause of their quarrel, at once put forth his arm from his robe and plunged it into the boiling cauldron. Now the ring which had been thrown in was very light and small, and was tossed about by the boiling water like a straw in the wind, but he kept searching and groping for it, and within an hour's time found it. Meanwhile the fire under the cauldron was burning fiercely and became so hot that it was not easy for his hand to take hold of the ring when he had found it, but at last the deacon drew it out. Feeling no pain in his flesh but rather protesting that the cauldron was cold at the bottom and only moderately hot at the top. Seeing this, the heretic was quite confounded and rashly thrust his hand into the cauldron, saying, "Let this be the proof of my faith." And at once all his flesh was melted and came away from his hand, right down to the joints of his bones. Thus was the dispute ended. S. Gengulphus *, the martyr tested the violated honor of his adulterous wife in the following manner. He and his wife came to a certain spring, and he addressed her in these words, "O wife, on all sides I hear shameful things of you, unworthy of your birth. But hitherto I am not certain whether they are true or false." She then blushingly swore that the rumors about her were false, and that she had never defiled herself in another's bed, but S. Gengulphus said, "Divine providence, from which nothing escapes, will clearly show how the matter stands. See, here is a spring, neither very cold nor immoderately hot. Put your hand in, then, and pick up a stone from the bottom, and if you are free from guilt you will suffer no harm, but if you are corrupt God will not allow your crime to be hidden." She ascribed these words of the saint, as she did all his utterances, to madness, and unhesitatingly plunged her hand into the spring. But as soon as she tried to take hold of the stone, she became stiff in nearly all her limbs, and wherever the water touched her fingers and arm the skin was stripped off, leaving the bare flesh exposed, and the wretched woman expected nothing but instant death. He put his wife away from him when she was thus convicted of adultery, and not long afterwards, at the instance of his wife, he was murdered by her adulterer. Chapter 20. Of superstitious folk. Argument. Be it known to them who lightly use and practice superstitious rites, that the inventor of all superstitious and vain observances is the devil, who at the beginning of the world led nearly the whole human race astray into idolatry. They, therefore, who study and follow superstitious observances show themselves to be disciples not of Christ but of the devil, and they manifest themselves to be lovers of his service and learned in his wiles, and they are alienated from the teaching of the Catholic Church. But it is a marvel that anyone should put faith in such illusions, if he knows of the wretched death of all magicians and conjurers. Zoroaster, the inventor of magic, was at last burned to ashes by the very demon to which he addressed his two importunate supplications, as S. Clement has testified. The fate of Simon Magus is notorious, how he was carried up in the air by demons, and fell and broke his legs, and died in anguish and ignominy. When Heinrich Cornelius Agrippage was at the point of death he drove from him his dog, a familiar, saying, Depart, evil beast. You have destroyed me. The citizens knew how Joannes Portantius met his death in prison at Antwerp. William J. Archbishop of Tyre, in his Historia Hydrosalimitana, 8:15, tells how T.W. sorcerers tried to bewitch the war machines of the Christians, and were themselves the first to be killed by them. That conjurer of high estate Zito lived a consort and companion of devils to the end, when he was taken body and soul from the midst of men. Johann Faust, the famous German sorcerer of our time, was at once dragged from his bed by the cacodemon at night, and was strangled with his face twisted round to his back, and the whole house was shaken and nearly fell, as we are told by Camerarius and others. Francesco Pico tells how he heard from his friends who were actually present that a certain sorcerer had been carried away alive by a demon and was never be found anywhere again. And Scoto of Parma in our own day had his neck twisted in an alehouse by a den-doton in Germany, and perished miserably. Examples: Johann Pistorius the Younger in his Artis Kabbalistici Thomas Eunice writes that there was a swineherd who had in his pastoral staff a writing inscribed with the name of S. Blaze, and he thought that the virtue of this staff kept his swine safe from attack by wolves, and placed such confidence in it that he would leave his swine to feed alone in the fields. At last it chanced that, while the swineherd was absent, someone passed that way and saw a demon keeping the herd, and asked what he, the sworn persecutor of human safety, was guarding there. He answered, I am guarding the swine. The other asked, at whose bidding? And the demon said, because of the foolish confidence of the swineherd. For he has put in his staff a writing to which he imputes divine virtue because it has upon it the name of S. Blaze, and the fool fast bound in false superstition believes that it supernaturally guards his swine from wolves. And when I had called and called him again, and he did not come, I undertook to keep the swine instead of S. Blaze, for I am always ready to take the place of God and his saints. And so I most gladly keep his swine for him in the place of S. Blaze, that I may encourage and strengthen the silly man in his vain confidence, and lead him to think more of that writing than of God. Lucian, in the Philipsudes, relates that when a certain Eucrates saw an Egyptian magician named Pancrates do many marvels, he gradually insinuated himself into his friendship until he learned nearly all his secrets. At last the magician persuaded him to leave all his servants in Memphis and accompany him alone, for they would have no lack of servants, and from that time, he said, thus we lived. When we came into an inn, he taking the bolt of the door, or a broom or bar, and clothing it, spoke a charm to it, and to enable it to go, and in all things to resemble a man. The thing going forth, would draw water, provide, and dress our supper, and diligently wait and attend upon us. After his business was done, he pronounced another charm, and turned the broom into a broom again, and the pestle into a pestle. This was an art which, though I laboured much, I could not learn of him. For this was a mystery which he denied me, though in all things else he were open. One day, hiding myself in a dark corner, I overheard his charm, which was but 3 syllables. He having appointed the bolt its business, went into the market. The next day, he having some other employment in the market, I taking the pestle and apparelling it, in like manner pronounced the syllable, and bid it fetch me some water. When it had brought me a basin full, it is enough, I said, fetch no more, but be a pestle again. But it was so far from obeying me, that it ceased not to fetch water till it had overflown the room. I, much troubled at the accident, and fearing lest if Pancrates should return, as he did, he would be much displeased, took an axe and cut the pestle in 2. Then both parts taking several buckets fetched water. And instead of one, I had 2 servants. In the meantime Pancrates came in, and perceiving what had happened, transformed them into wood again, as they were before I uttered the spell. Shortly after he secretly left me, and vanishing went I know not whither. Here it may be seen how his curiosity was nearly the cause of his being drowned. From Sir T. Moore's translation. Here another example of how some men were in instant danger of cutting off their own noses. Philippus Camerarius writes as follows: Johann Faust was once with some noted persons who had heard much concerning his magic, and they asked him to show them a specimen of his art. For a long time he refused, but at last yielded to the not too sober company and promised that he would show them whatever they wished. With one accord they desired him to show them a vine laden with ripe grapes, for they thought that, on account of the unseasonable time of year, for it was winter, this would be impossible for him to do. Faust agreed, and said that what they had asked for would presently be seen upon the table, but he made this condition, that they should all keep perfectly still and silent until he told them to pluck the grapes, for if they did otherwise they would be in instant danger of their lives. When they had given this promise, he soon so deceived the eyes of that drunken company and obscured their senses that they thought they saw upon a fair vine as many large and juicy grapes as there were persons present. Greedy for such a novelty, and thirsty after their drinking, they took their knives. A idea waited his bidding to cut the grafts. At last, after he had kept the fools for some time in suspense in their vain error, the vine and its grapes suddenly vanished in smoke, and each one of them was seen holding, instead of a grape, his own nose with his knife poised over it. So if any of them had forgotten the condition and tried to cut his grapes, he would have sliced off his own nose.